The following is a presentation of the Belly Up Sports Media Network.
The ball sends it over to Edward Robles. Goal! Insert name FC! Let's go! Insert name FC!
What is up, everybody? My name is Hector Flores, host of the Insert Name FC podcasting, member of the Belly Up Sports Media Network. You can find us on all things podcasting, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast fix from, you'll find us there. We also have a video version that is available on the Belly Up YouTube channel. So if you guys want to see where the video version of this podcast is located at, just look up on YouTube, Belly Up Sports. It's right there, and you'll see us right there as well. You can also find us on Goals TV, GOLZ.tv. That is also another way you can find us. It's a great streaming platform. It is free right now. Subscriptions are free right now, so make sure you guys jump in while you can before. Well, I'm honestly gonna tell you, man, Goals TV is going to grow, so it's not gonna be free for long. So jump in while you still can, especially with some of the content that's being done over there. Unleashed with Eric Winalda and some original programming that they have going, like Wake Up MLS. With that being said, also follow us on social media at Insert Name FC on Instagram and the X, and on Facebook. So that's how you can find us. Also, check out our YouTube channel. We do break these long videos into shorter, more digestible videos on our YouTube channel. So at Insert Name FC, make sure you guys go ahead and subscribe to us on our YouTube channel. Like and subscribe it as well. But anyways, this episode is going to be a pretty long one because it is the MLS preview episode. MLS kicks off this weekend, so we are definitely taking time to discuss the MLS. So in this episode, we'll have MLS news topics with Kelcey Coyne of High Low Sports. Then we'll actually go into our preview prediction, not really like a real bold prediction, but kind of a preview with Moussa of Mo Futbol TV. He'll be on to help me kind of talk about the Eastern and Western Conference this season. We will have Players of the Week, give you guys some games to watch this weekend, and wrap this up because it is the MLS season will be kicking off, and we got the new kits. So me and Kelcey will be doing a 3 up, 3 down segment with the 2025 MLS kits. So be ready for that. So like I said, this is going to be a long episode. A lot has been discussed on this episode. So, obviously take all the breaks that you need to when watching this, or listening to this. But it's going to have a lot of information, especially if you're trying to learn a little bit about MLS, if you're even intrigued by MLS. And I think also you'll hear a little bit of, as well as our origin stories with MLS. I think that that's also kind of important to get some transparency. I think a lot of people think that a lot of MLS fans are blind about how MLS is compared to the rest of the world. In reality, we're not. We know exactly what this product is, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't support it. But yeah, so like I said, you'll have Kelcey Coyne from High Low Sports in this episode, as well as Moussa, aka Coach Mo of Mo Futbol TV, who I always am happy to have on. So, but like I said, man, it's gonna be a really cool episode. I can't wait. I'm glad MLS is back, and yeah, man, let's get this episode going. So we'll go ahead and take a break, and then we'll go right into MLS headlines with Kelcey Coyne of High Low Sports. Let me tell you guys about Belly Up Sports. Belly Up Sports is the internet sports bar. Go ahead and check out their website, www.bellyupsports.com, to read some great articles from great writers all across the country, from hockey, baseball, golf, soccer, you name it. Belly Up Sports is the premier, not your average website. All right, so this episode is going to be long. I already recorded the prediction segment of this episode with Moussa, so get excited for that one because it's always great when Moussa's on. But obviously, another person that's always great to have on this podcast whenever we get a chance to is, of course, our super sub, Kelcey Coyne of High Low Sports. Kelcey, happy to have you back. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Obviously filled in for you when you were sick. And before that, not since the video clip heard literally around the world now. So it's always good to be back. And this is one of my favorite things we can talk about, which is, we'll get to it eventually later in the episode, but jerseys. But then before that, MLS, and obviously, I'm a fan of the MLS, so works out pretty well.
Yeah, and it's funny, before we get to the MLS talk, this segment is essentially like storylines to follow when it comes to the MLS this season. You'll hear it with the prediction part with me and Moussa, being that where we come from in some sense, where obviously Moussa grew up in France from Senegalese roots, and then obviously me being a first generation and maybe kind of outsider to American football culture, American soccer. I think it's fitting to call it soccer culture because it's just not like everything. It's not like the rest of the world. And I think it's fitting to even say football culture when it comes to like Latin America. So I think it's very different. It's all different types of beasts when it comes to it. But growing up in a very much Latin football influence, and I kind of talked about it. Like there was a point in my life where I did view MLS as an inferior product. There was a time where I didn't take this league seriously. I didn't take the U.S. men's national team seriously, and this is coming from a Salvadorian. And and so and then Moussa also talking about it. But funny enough, what sold us on to MLS in some aspect was having a hometown team. And like I said, this is kind of like a little preview as to what was talked about there. But and yeah, I really did think about it. And also my discovery of Kobe Jones, who many people know that Kobe Jones is my U.S. soccer idol. That's the guy who got me into U.S. soccer. This is the guy that got me into MLS. It was Kobe Jones. Like, that's like the dream interview, by the way. If anybody wants to know, that is like, to me, the dream. If I ever meet the guy, I might cry. If I meet Kobe Jones, because he impacted a lot to me when it came to U.S. soccer as a whole, and then even MLS. So, but then even I said, similar to what Moussa, having a hometown team really changed a lot for me. Having the Houston Dynamo, maybe some San Jose fans don't want to hear that, but having the Houston Dynamo really did change a lot for me as far as becoming an MLS supporter, especially when my dad is the guy that's like, oh, Houston has a soccer team. We're going to go to these games. And since then, I've been a fan of the Dynamo ever since, driving to University of Houston at Robertson Stadium, going to that football stadium to go watch an MLS team and pack that stadium fairly well. It's a lot of good memories. But the reason why I brought that up, Kelcey, and you're probably wondering why the hell this is even brought up, is because I'm kind of curious now, like, what was it with you when it came with the MLS? Was there a point where you thought this was an inferior product, or were you kind of just, this is the home league?
No, I 100% thought this was an inferior product for a long time. I thought the MLS was a joke. There are still times those thoughts still come into my head. And it wasn't until I really... So, okay, to give a history of when my fanship started with the MLS, and it wasn't like I was a diehard or anything, but I was living in Utah at the time that Real Salt Lake was founded. Mm-hmm. We're talking Real Salt Lake with Eddie Pope, Real Salt Lake, not Real Salt Lake with Nick Rimando, Kyle Beckerman, that era, the era we're in now with Real Salt Lake. We're talking Rice Eccles Stadium, college football stadium. It was like $15 tickets we'd go out there for. Like, my dad would just take me out after, he finished his workday. I'd finish with a practice, whatever sport it was, and I'd go out. And now, mind you, I wasn't like a real fan at the time. I was like an passing fan, like, oh, this is convenient. Let's go check it out. Like, that's kind of cool. It wasn't until like 2006, 2007 when I was getting into high school and I actually started playing soccer again and started playing it competitively. And I was getting to learn the sport more than I was at little league level, like, Pee Wee, Mighty Might type level. I was actually in organized football or soccer in this case and actually learning the sport. And I had friends that weren't American, and if they, or if they were first generation Americans. They were, they either had just come into the country or they're first generation Americans in high school, and they were my soccer teammates. And that's sitting in them sitting in the rooms watching Champions League, watching Chelsea, Manchester United. I've talked about this before on the show. The AC Milan Liverpool Champions League final. That really got me into soccer, into football. And then the American side of it came in when Atlanta United came in the league. Mm-hmm. And that's because I was living in Alabama. I was living nearby. And it's funny because you talked about hometown teams for you and Moussa. That's why you guys got into it. That's the reason I really started to care about the MLS. I always was like, oh, yeah, whatever. Like, it's cool. It's American soccer. It's like a fun joke of a league before that. And then it was like Atlanta got there and I was like, all right, you know what? Let's do this. Let's dive in. Let's dive in full time. This is a sport I do enjoy. I love playing it. I started coaching it at that point in time. And then it was like, you know what? Why can't I support my own? I understood the reasoning behind supporting the American product at that point in time. And that was like the moment where it clicked for me, especially Atlanta coming in. I was like, you know what? This is a team I need to support. Because if this team is good, and it was actually started with the Silverbacks. I don't know if anybody remembers the USL team, the Atlanta Silverbacks, but that was the first team I started really supporting closely. And then that was when they got announced that they were going to be the expansion team, and they became the Atlanta United that we know today. And that was the real moment I got into the MLS. And since then, it's been a roller coaster, obviously, as an Atlanta fan. I was a little excited for the announcement that there'd be a returning player to the Atlanta from the heyday. So that's always exciting. But no, honestly, MLS was always one that I used to also think the same. I used to think it was a joke of a league. Like I said, we've talked about it on the show before. I still think there are things holding the MLS back from being a top 10 league in the world, a legitimate top 10, not just an arguable top 10, like a legitimate top 10 league in the world. I do think there's a lot of still hold back from the 97s, 98s, 99s of the year, when they were first coming up and first like holding on to the Americanness of the sport that is still holding back. But yeah, it was really, once I got into the sport, once I was understanding of the sport, and once I understood the reason behind or need to support the American product, because that's what's going to grow the game in America. And really, honestly, coaching was the big real, it all kind of correlates at the same time. Atlanta United came in, coaching, getting to know the sport more in depth and more intimately. Those were all reasons it's like, you know what? I got to support it. I got to support the home league. My team is nearby. It's an hour drive to Atlanta for me. Like, why would I not do this? And so, yeah, that's how it started. So, yeah, it's kind of the similar situation. It's a little bit longer of a growth for me. But yeah, it might also started in kind of what is the heyday of what is the MLS now. The expansion, the initial expansions, that's when it all really kind of came home for me. So now we got more teams coming in the league. So it's always fun. But yeah, that's how it started, man.
Yeah, no, I think it's interesting to hear from all. I think it's important to start like talking about the honest discussions of like where we all came before where we viewed MLS. I and I'll be honest, I was hesitant. I thought my dad was high when when he even just thought of remotely even recommending the idea of going to go watch an MLS game. And yeah, when we stepped foot into Robertson Stadium to watch Houston Dynamo, I actually believe it was against FC Dallas, was I think my first Dynamo game. So my first taste of Dynamo football. Well, technically we were also saw the MLS Cups, so we were watching it on TV as well. And obviously that was because I was like, hey, look, Cup final, and I did watch a lot of MLS Cup finals because I was an MLS.
Yeah,
I did watch MLS at that point. Obviously, I mentioned Kobe Jones. So I was, and then I was happy for him when he had a lot of success with the LA Galaxy. I wasn't supporting the LA Galaxy because I wasn't going to do that. But when the Houston Dynamo did come to be, yeah, we were definitely a little bit more sold in. I was now being more sold in on the league,
Yep.
more than I was before, and so yeah.
I mean, it's funny you mentioned the MLS Cups because, like I said, I was a fan in passing through all those years. So I got to see the DC United Houston back and forth year after year. That's New England Revolution included in that mix. Those three teams for a long time there in the early 2000 middle 2000s were the teams I would always see in the the MLS Cup, and I'm like, oh wow, that's cool. Like, so I got to know Brian Chings, I got to know the DeMarcus Beasleys of the world. I got to know this is pre-Rangers DeMarcus Beasley. This is Brian Ching retirement era Brian Ching. This is so many guys like Tim Howard.
You mentioned the at least the initial years of the Dynamo, which was Taylor Twellman and Brian Ching going at it. And funny enough, and this has nothing to do with the MLS preview, but sometimes whenever I just don't know what to watch on TV, I'll go on the 4-Letter Network app, and I'm a big fan of 30 for 30. I love watching the documentaries. I'll rewatch a ton. I'll rewatch the U documentaries. I think it's one is just well done. I don't know. I think it's just something what happens when you get older. You just become a fan of documentaries.
I have been a fan of documentaries for a few years, so yeah, probably.
I've rewatched King of Kong Fistful of Quarters. I don't know how many times at this point. One of the best documentaries I would say, but thus far, and the ultimate villain that came out of that documentary. If you guys haven't, go watch. If you guys have never heard of King of Kong Fistful of Quarters, by the way, watch it. It is hilarious. It's very entertaining. It's very words can't describe it. It's just one of those like you just have to watch it and see why that documentary is so well. I think it's won awards too, by the way. So I think that's another thing. So yeah, but yeah, I'm a sucker for documentaries, and usually I rewatch the U. What Carter Lost. That's one of my favorite documentaries to watch from 30 for 30 because it's a story that I think needs to be done. That's why I'm also not a fan of the movie Friday Night Lights, by the way, because I hate how they portrayed Dallas Carter in that movie. I also hate the movie Carter High because it's as low budget as it can be, and I would love who's Ryan Coogler? I think it's the director for Black Panther.
Yeah, for Black Panther. Him and Michael J. B. Jordan.
Yeah, and Creed. Yeah, I would love for them to try to do their version of that story because I think once again the Carter High movie I watched in hopes that it was going to be well done, and it was just stupid corny, and I hated every minute of it. So hopefully someone could do right by that story. Dallas Carter is an amazing story, and a great warning tale for anybody that understands that there's consequences with what you do. And if you guys don't know,
in the era of NIL, but
yeah. So by the way, also another good story to follow. By the way, if you guys don't know anything about Carter High, I'll just sum it up. One of the greatest high school football teams to have ever been assembled, and only like 10, I think maybe like 4 or 5 of them went on to have like college football careers. And I think one was actually like an NFL Hall of Famer, which was Armstead. But because unfortunately the rest of the guys all got caught for robbery and lost their scholarships, lost their futures,
or dropped out of college,
all for just a dumb decision. And it's, I think, a very good tale that needs to be done right. And so, anyways, I'm at this point just blabbering. But the whole point was I decided to watch Junior Seau. That's a story that I definitely love. And Taylor Twellman is featured in this documentary. He was actually one of the few people, I guess, one of the last people that got to know Junior Seau before obviously his tragic ending. And I thought, and I remembered the concussion. I forgot all about Taylor Twellman's concussion, which was kind of the unfortunate end to his career as a professional player, which obviously then, he goes off to have now his career as a analyst, which I think he's one of the ones I enjoyed the most listening to. I mean, ever since the "What Are We Doing?" take a speech.
He's honest. He's honest about the state of American soccer.
He is. And
I'm
I
going to
mean,
call it American soccer when I reference this USA team specifically. So, yeah.
and I think I think at the time when he was working for the Four Letter Network, he was doing more than just covering soccer. I think they had him do other things as well. So,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to say that because of Taylor Twellman, I don't think we talk enough about Taylor Twellman as far as his time as a player, because when he played, there was a reason why him and Brian Ching were going toe to toe for being the top 9 in MLS. So,
Yeah.
fortunately for me, obviously Brian Ching got the last laugh at the end, and that's with 2 MLS Cups. But yeah,
it's funny. I was trying to think of. Still can't think of the middle. The CDM for New England during that time frame, with Taylor Twellman, and I cannot think for the life of me who he was. He was Jamaican of origin. I used to watch the heck out of him whenever he'd play.
Was it Joseph? No.
Showery Joseph. Yeah, Showery Joseph.
Okay.
That's exactly who it was. Yeah, I was like, hold on, that's Showery Joseph. It's exactly
Eventually, he did go to the Dynamo.
Exactly where I was going. It was like by the time he ended his career, he was a Dynamo player by the end of all it, despite being the thorn in the Dynamo side for the much of it. Well,
that New England team was so good, but did not win an MLS Cup, I think.
I think they won one, not against Houston. It was before
none of the
Houston
ones that they played against Houston.
Yeah, they lost Houston every time,
back to back. So, but they were such a good team. That could have been a dynasty, honestly. I mean, shoot, they're at the time their manager, he's a pundit for ESPN FC. So just goes to show you. And also had a very young Clint Dempsey before, obviously he started his European journey. So
early days of Jeff Cameron as well, by the way, was there.
Yeah. But anyways, MLS is here, 2025, another new season. Everybody has essentially a clean slate, even though, let's be honest, some teams probably are not starting off in the best of ways. But I mean, going into the season, man, how do you feel like could be potentially a very pivotal season, especially with the discussions of so much changes that could possibly arise with MLS?
Yeah, I think just the commentary around American soccer is huge right now. Not just like, I don't mean national team soccer. I mean just club soccer. What's happening in America right now for the club scene? Obviously, the new announcement with USL. I know we're doing MLS preview, but it's worth mentioning. USL potentially adding a tier system to soccer, trying to rival MLS. So that's going to put a lot of focus on the MLS to do right this year. This is their 30th year anniversary. So they got to do something right? This is like, you have new players coming in. You have a new team in San Diego coming in. You have teams lined up to come in like Sacramento next year. And there's a lot riding on the fact that on top of all of this, you still have Messi in the league. You still have the Club World Cup coming up this year. And there's a lot to just like all around focus on for the MLS, but it is a chance to highlight how good the product can be from the MLS throughout the season. It is important for American soccer, as we've learned through that clip that goes viral, the impression that American soccer and American fans give to put the best foot forward for American soccer and for MLS is going to be the goal, because you don't want to be looked at as the fool of the footballing nation, footballing world, if you will, anymore. And we've seen countries that have no foothold in a league standing put on a great World Cup, which is something on the horizon for American soccer next year. And it starts with some kind of impression beforehand. That means the Club World Cup is a huge piece of this. So yeah, there's a lot riding on this season for the MLS. I think it's a big focus, and I think the USL is adding more pressure to it by adding in the conversation of putting a new league in, putting the USL Pro League in, and then now having a tier system. So now the MLS, who has been long against the tier system, has to prove that they are still the best product out there, and they have to prove it without a doubt. And that's the thing that's going to be the most focused for the MLS for me for looking at this season. I think there's a lot of fun things happening in the MLS this year, but I think it gets put under a microscope when you consider all the other changes that are happening for American club soccer right now, and the microscope that's being put on the U.S. from the world as you're approaching the World Cup. So now there's a lot of conversations happening there. So yeah, the MLS has a lot of pressure this year, and it needs to do well. That's just a fact.
And I think we'll start things off with the USL. I think that's a a very fair conversation to have because, yeah, with USL now announcing that they're well, I'm one, by the way, they already had this promotion relegation system already implemented. It's just now
They're including everybody.
they're flexing the USL is a Division One league, which obviously everybody feels that or at least people believe MLS is the Division One league, but they're closed, and to prove it, to prove it differently, I think many people will still believe that MLS is the first division. But I think what USL has done is kind of, I guess, in some sense, put their nuts on the table to say, hey, you guys argue that no one is going to like this promotion relegation way in America. And we're here to tell you that people are very much are for promotion relegation. And we know that there is many people who would love to see promotion relegation done here in the US. Am I one of those people? I've said it plenty of times. I think that there is going to be a day where we will finally see promotion relegation. I am also one of those people that wants promotion relegation in the US. Do I think now is the time? No, because once again, the problem, and here's the part that I want people to understand, is MLS is wanting to try to convert Americans into American soccer. Yes, we already have people that love soccer, love football. Yes, there's those people that don't like. I mean, Kelcey and I have mentioned that we were not necessarily initially MLS guys. We were more European, or for my case, Liga MX guys. Like this was what we preferred watching. We viewed that as the better product. And then, eventually we saw the improvement that MLS has done. They're nowhere near Europe, by the way. I'm not here to tell you that they're competing with Europe.
Not the top tiers for sure.
But it has improved. So I'll continue to defend MLS as long as I continue to see progression. And as far as I can see, there still has been progression. For the people that complain about the playoff format, I'm going to just tell you, just playoffs is going to stay as long as it's an American thing. And by the way, Liga MX also has a playoff format, so it's not just an American thing. Belgium does have a postseason. It's not a playoff format, but there is a postseason in some aspect to it, even though it's still kind of familiar territory, the way they do it. But still, so it's not like where MLS is doing anything differently. It's just a playoff format that people try to find an argument. People throw out the playoff, and I still get comments to this day about how we can't take MLS seriously because of a playoff format. And then I argue, what about Liga MX? And they're like, well, that's different. It's not different. They're also closed, by the way. They don't have a promotion relegation in Liga MX as well. Just want to throw that out. And yes, I do think that's BS as well. So don't. I'm not trying to show you. I'm very thorough. But anyways, my whole point with USL though is if they can show that there will be fans still, regardless of what level they play in, because that is a valid argument. I will say people support their home club better than people do here in the U.S. And yes, the U.S. can be very fickle. I don't want anybody to tell me differently, because we've seen teams that have been very good and then eventually dip down, and we see empty stadiums. As a matter of fact, as an Astros fan, I can tell you blatantly how sometimes I do miss paying $50 and sitting behind the bullpen. I'm just gonna point that out because there are days that I do miss that it was easily accessible for me to go watch a baseball game, if it wasn't the Yankees or Boston Red Sox and the Dodgers. But look now all of a sudden everybody's an Astros fan. So I think that's I don't know, Kelcey, if you want to argue with me on that, but there has been proof when you're terrible, people ain't going to your games. When you're good, all of a sudden everybody's a fan. I can't wait for the day when Sacramento is a good basketball team again, because then all of a sudden everybody is gonna be like, yeah, I've been riding with Sacramento for years. Who's
Yeah.
Vlad Divac? I have no idea who that guy is.
Yeah, no, actually, as a Kings fan, that hits home. No, I do agree though that the U.S. fans can be fickle. I do also want to say that while they can be fickle, it's not necessarily as fickle in the local community. And the reason why is local communities in the U.S., the way they really operate around cities and towns. I look at Vermont and Rhode Island as teams in the USL that get support, and they get a lot of support. And it's because they're the only thing, and they provide 100 to 200 jobs from the region, like into the area, which infuses a lot of money in there come game day. And I think just like you see in Europe, you see these small, fifth division East League teams. I honestly can't even tell you the pyramid in England. Once you get below the National League, I'm out of good luck. But I know it's split even further below that. And it's like when you're talking about the grassroots programs in England, it's a very close comparison to what we're talking about with how communities in the US operate, where they're going to support the team no matter what. It may not be a full stands. It may be like a Friday night high school game type of a level of fanship. So maybe 1,000 kids in the stand, maybe 500. But the people that actually care about the program, care about how it goes, will support it. But you're right. I do think they are very fickle when it comes to winning and losing, though, because nobody's going to show up to a losing team. And I think that's something you see in a lot of ways. And then this is where the U.S. side of the American side of this whole conversation comes in is, well, you're playing soccer. And I'm sure you've heard this, and I know I've heard this before, and it's still used to this day, and it still irritates me, this phrase, and I apologize if it offends anybody, but grass fairies is used to talk about soccer players. They call them grass fairies. And I hate that term, but that's how Americans look at a lot of soccer.
I've heard that. I've heard soccer is a communistic.
Yeah.
Uh,
it's so the Americanist comes into it where now not only is the American game fighting against its like just growing itself, because it is still new, like I said, 30 years of the MLS. Before that it was another 20 years through 7 different leagues. And the US as a whole still isn't accepting of the game of soccer, football, whatever you want to call it.
I think honestly, if someone from away, not from the U.S., and even someone from the U.S., if you want a good, accurate depiction on how Americans, and I'm not talking about Americans that love soccer, I'm talking about the Americans, maybe
Average.
they might have a flat top haircut, how they view this game. If you watch the King of the Hill episode that features Will Ferrell with the soccer team, I think that is by far the most accurate depiction of how Americans view soccer, because it is, and this is coming from a guy that loves King of the Hill. It is as Texas as it can be, but it is one of the hardest episodes for me to watch because they make soccer look so soft. And then honestly, I think the thing is a lot of people from Europe I think view that American soccer is soft because you're not getting the urban kids to play this game, and I'm here to tell you that that's not necessarily true. Yes, I think pay to play ruins it for a lot of guys that are really talented, and obviously the options are, well, basketball is cheap, is free. Not looking at AAU. But like high school basketball is free. American football is free. Even high school.
They're relatively free. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, aside from buying your own equipment, but I think, but aside from that, like you have these other options that are free versus where if you want to play club soccer, and I mean club sports in general, obviously you pay a little bit more, but that's because that's the American norm. Whereas and then everyone has the story. Well, look, Messi came from where he came from, and now look where he's at. And I get that maybe American soccer is not where it should be, and it's considered, for some reason soccer is viewed as a wealthy man's sport, which is not.
Yeah.
It's not. But I get that argument. But I'm telling you, like, for my honest opinion, if you want to see at least like the people that were firstborn generation and people that are still that grow up in that soccer culture, come to Houston, go to Chimney Rock. You'll see guys that are playing with heart and wanting to get out, but obviously it's not as attainable for them as it is in certain regions. But like I said, if you want to see real football, if you want to see physical Latin style football, see the hungry people, go into those urban communities, those urban Latin communities, and you'll see it. So and so like I hate because basically what we saw from King of the Hill was YMCA soccer. That's what it was.
And that's the thing is like there's such a disconnect in what we consider, what most people consider American soccer, and probably what you and I both experienced, because I didn't play travel soccer. I played high school, and I was a kid playing with grown men on Sunday league teams. Yes, America does have Sunday league teams as well. We have beer league teams. We have Sunday league teams. And these guys, just like you do in every other country, especially England, they will wear jerseys that they make that look very similar to Real Madrid. And it just says Real Salt Lake. Obviously, it's not Salt Lake. Real insert city here. You know, like that's how it goes here. And I was a kid playing with grown men, and some of the soccer I saw played in those Sunday leagues was 10 times better than anything I saw when I was coaching soccer for a USDP team. Like, It's crazy to me how much people look at the USDP organization and think that should be the standard. It's not. It shouldn't be the standard in America. And that's, you know, I know we're getting a little bit further away from the MLS conversation here, but just to cap this off, like, there's a misnomer, and it is the pay-to-play system that is killing it at the end of the day. And USSF is, if they could ever install a president that wasn't business-related, they might have a chance to get this improvement. But yeah, there's a lot of things holding the MLS back, and it starts at the beginning, and it really does need to be fixed from the president of the USSF. Not being, literally, we have business veterans, not soccer veterans, running the U.S. Soccer Federation. That's just going to make you more money. That's not going to make the program better. And that starts, and they run everything in the U.S. And the USL, what I've seen here with them starting the Division I league is they're going to try to buck that trend. They're trying to fight back against that trend by being the grassroots organization that is Division I, that is your lead division in the country. And I think that's why the MLS has to be worried, because it's not just the MLS versus USL. It is the dichotomy of American soccer that is going to be going against each other, which is the pay-to-play system versus finding these kids in the grassroots organizations and bringing them to the top. And that's what we're going to see, and that's what I'm excited for. I think if I'm looking at the MLS specifically, I want to see them take this challenge on and take it on the nose and see what they can produce this year, because that's the opportunity they have. And if they don't, I'm excited to see what the USL can put out. I personally would love to watch the Las Vegas Lights. I would love to go watch Phoenix FC. I would love to go watch any one of these teams, Switchbacks FC. I'd love to watch any of them. But they're not on TV right now, but they will be.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's if the MLS doesn't perform.
There's going to be some network deals. I mean, I think
it's all up to the MLS performing this year.
If MLS can't get any of these any more Apple TV prescriptions, if they can't get the subscriptions, man, like, you're gonna see someone, especially if USL can show out when they enter their season, and you're gonna see these other networks coming in. Like, I think we need to hop in on this right now.
Yeah, I think Dawson DAZN has a deal with them this year. They should be nervous.
CBS showed the final. I remember because I was actually watching it.
Which was Switchbacks was in the finals. Yeah,
Switchbacks versus Rhode Island, which was cool. Kind of like a weird full circle moment in some sense, because if you guys don't know, I actually was I was going to be the equipment manager for Rhode Island, but then they only wanted to pay me $36,000 a year to live in Rhode Island, and Rhode Island's expensive.
That's the hard part too. Is like, as an equipment manager in the U.S. playing or even for an MLS team, you're still not getting paid the equivalent to an equipment manager at a championship team or even a League Two team in England. You know, like, that's the hard part is to grow this game. It's not just the players. We have to talk organizationally. And I think that's what the USL is putting the money where the mouth is and saying, all right, we're going to see if we can try to do this. And the MLS just has to figure it out.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's imperative this year for MLS. I think, and we'll get more, we'll start things off with the new MLS team. Well, I mean, we already started with the whole USL thing. I think people are going to watch USL. For those pro rel guys, you better put your money where your mouth is, because I better see some high ratings for USL this year. because this has been the argument, promotion relegation. Well, this is your shot to validate everything that you've been saying for promotion relegation. But you better be supporting the heck out of USL, because that is a league that is open. That is a league that also competes for US Open Cup, which will be hilarious. If MLS, thinking that they have a guaranteed trophy in the US Open Cup, and the Switchbacks are the winners for the US Open Cup. Like, so
Yeah.
Just let that sink in. And that's gonna be one, I'll be all for it, by the way. To see someone from the USL represented for the CONCACAF, whatever cup they call it now at this point.
Nations League or whatever, Nations Cup.
I think it's CONCACAF Champions Cup.
Oh God! All right, they changed it again.
Well, last year that's what they had it, which I have called it the Triple C, because of it. But anyways, so yeah, I'm invested. I know some people in the USL, and I will be rooting for them to do well in the USL, and I'm not changing from that part. And yeah, I hope I'm rooting for everybody. I don't have a USL team, and I tend to keep it that way. So USL, if you guys want to send me some kids,
Telling you, I'd love a Las Vegas Lights shirt right here would be perfect.
Yeah. So, but all right. Along with that opportunity, we do have a new MLS club, and that is San Diego FC. They're making their debut. Not only new MLS team, but also new MLS coach in Mikey Vadas, who has been an assistant with the U.S., I believe, also was an assistant with FC Dallas. Basically has been an assistant coach. I know he also was with the academy at Sacramento Republic and an academy coach for FC Dallas as well. Also, the good years of the FC Dallas Academy. And so, first-time head coach, new MLS club, an MLS club that has some controversy behind them because of obviously the downfall of the San Diego Loyal, which was a very popular USL side.
Grassroots program to the heart.
Landon Donovan was a coach. One of the few times that I actually did say something nice about Landon Donovan was when he took a stand over the there was a slur said at a USL game. It was something that me and Edward covered in the early days of Insert Name FC. But yes, I did give a compliment to Landon Donovan. But it's still screw that guy. And I stand by that. But with Mikey Vara's been, do you feel like, how do you feel first about San Diego FC as a whole? And before we go into Mikey Vara's?
I think San Diego FC is an interesting
ownership group is definitely interesting.
Yeah, I think the ownership is very big name heavy. Obviously, Manny Machado, Juan Mata, Issa Rae, Thames. There's so many people that are involved in this. Mohammed Mansour, who is an entrepreneur, big name there, drops a lot of money.
Also, I believe San Diego's offering the first academy where players are going to be able to.
Yeah, the Right to Dream Academy. That was exactly. And I think this is what makes it interesting with San Diego is they are trying to set a new standard for MLS, which is something we've talked about before, which is a developmental academy, a legitimate developmental academy. And what we just talked about, getting built up from the ground, grassroots up. San Diego is doing that. As a Right to Dream Academy, its whole purpose is to give top talent the opportunity to reach their academic and athletic potential in a fully funded residential program, meaning free for kids. Now, that's the part I'm very intrigued by, is now you're going to have, if this team does well, obviously they have made a lot of moves coming into the team as far as players go. I imagine we'll get into that in a second, but just starting with the actual development of this team, they took their time getting them ready. They took 2 years to really get this team up and running. And it has been an impressive movement. They are playing in a relatively soccer-minded stadium. It's not a fully soccer-minded stadium because Snapdragon is also splitting time with San Diego State football team. For now, that team is supposed to get their own stadium next year, I think. And they also have the San Diego Wave, who is the NWSL team. But it's worth mentioning, San Diego Wave had huge support coming up. And that should be a gold standard for what San Diego FC can do.
And Loyal also had always a good crowd at that same stadium.
We're talking talent-rich, soccer-hungry fans in San Diego. Professional sports-rich, hungry town in San Diego where they only have the Padres. And they are wanting something to happen. And so you have the stage set for San Diego to come in, similar to what I talked about, how I became a fan of Atlanta. They have an opportunity, like Atlanta, to put a stamp on the game this season. And I think they're starting to make those moves. And I think with the Development Academy, which is something that Atlanta United touted early on that they did, I think they're taking a playbook right from Atlanta, and they're going to develop this from San Diego's perspective, but they're going to do it a little bit differently because it is more of a paid program to lead to these kids. And now they're in a soccer-specific stadium, not the giant spaceship that was Mercedes-Benz or is Mercedes-Benz. Like, I think San Diego's set up to have something useful and something interesting to say in this season. I'm excited to see what they're doing. It's going to be, I think it's going to be fun. And obviously their players that they brought in to kick it off. I'm excited about seeing them in the MLS.
Yeah, I'm very curious with them. I'm not entirely when I look at that roster, I'm not entirely sure what exactly what we're going to see, because it's an interesting roster right now. They do have some interesting MLS veterans. Boateng is one that I think is a really good MLS vet to have. And obviously their big signing, their big DP, which is Chucky Lozano. I think that obviously for San Diego, that's a perfect pair up for San Diego to have a Mexican international like Lozano to be your leader of your team in some sense. And I think also I believe they went and got Andres Reyes from New York Red Bulls as well. I think that was a good addition. I think that was part of the expansion draft. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
I believe so.
And they went and got Luca De La Torre on loan from Celta Vigo. They brought him in. He's finally back in the U.S. I think it's a good move for him on his part. But yeah, the roster it's a big mix of, I'm not entirely sure what this club is going to be as far as tactics wise. What I do know about Mikey Vadas is that he does like to have a 4-3-3. It's more of an attacking 4-3-3. So, but once again, we're not going to know what he plays because this is his first time as an actual manager. Because, like I said, his background as far as he was for the U.S., he was a caretaker manager last year. He was an assistant manager in 2023. He was the manager for the U20 team back in 2021 to 2023. Obviously, like I mentioned, he was an assistant coach for FC Dallas and has been with FC Dallas's academy and Sacramento Republic's academy as well. So this is his first senior job. And how do you feel about Mikey Vadas? Is this a guy that, it's a Greg Berhalter guy. I mean, he's definitely been part of that Greg Berhalter era. But how do you feel about Mikey Vadas? I know that there was I know his name was dropped for many of the coaching opportunities, but San Diego got him.
Yeah, I try to forget about the Greg Berhalter time. I think the part of his career that I really focus on is the time with Sacramento Republic. I think that was an important time for him because Sacramento Republic at that time was dominating the USL leagues. They were a dominant team in the USL Championship, and I believe that was their back-to-back championship run. And that sets a standard for what he expects. And I think that's the part of this that I like. He has an expectation of trying to succeed and succeeding. He knows what success is. It may not be in the MLS level, but he knows what success is at a considered Division I professional league in America. And I think that he's going to demand a lot, but I think he's going to demand a lot while keeping in mind the newness of the team. So he's not going to be tied to, as you said, we're not sure his formation. Yes, historically 4-3-3 have been the teams he's been a part of, but we're not sure that he's fully tied to that. So we could see a team roll out of 4-2-1-2, or something unique, or 4-1-2-1-2, or 4-1-2-1, 4-1-2-1-2, and or something unique like that, or he could do a 5-back that rolls into a 3-back. There's so many different things that he would do, and I don't think he's going to be tied to one, which is what makes him very interesting. Is we really don't know what to expect from him. Obviously, preseason happening right now, but in the regular season, We don't know how he's going to adapt in game. We don't know how he's going to adapt from game to game when you have a midweek game, when you have a 3 games in 7 days type of situation where he has 2 games in 21 days. How does he adapt to each of these things? How does he manage the player rotations? This team has some talent from the MLS standpoint and some young talent that it can develop. Ian Pilcher obviously being a piece of that, I think is very interesting to watch. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what Veras does day to day managing this team, and that's going to define how good he can be. I'm excited from that standpoint because he's not tied to one system. I would have hated them to go out and get a guy who's stuck to a system. That's the worst thing I could have seen for San Diego. I think this is a situation where they got somebody new, injected some youth into the managerial program and try to see what they can do for a team that has some San Diego kids plus Chucky Lozano in it, where now you have a lot of adaptability. And like Chucky Lozano's one thing is, yeah, he's a forward, but he's an adaptable forward. Luca Del Torre is a midfielder, but he's an adaptable midfielder. He can step. He can be he can be a two-way turn type of guy. He could be just a holding midfielder. He can be an attacking midfielder. It just all depends on what you want him to do. And I think that's what makes this very interesting is if Veras can get to capitalize on the talent of all these guys, he's going to be the best situation for him versus like if they had gone and gotten Berhalter or somebody else to come in here who's a guy tied to a system, that's where I think a problem would have happened for San Diego. But I'm excited to see what Veras can do for adaptability's sake. I think that's what makes me excited about him.
Yeah, and I think, look, I'm not going to say San Diego FC needs to perform right away. I mean, I think we need to stop letting these like expansion teams have high expectations for them. I mean,
Atlanta ruined that for everybody.
I'm sure that San Diego would love to have the hot start that I guess you could use Atlanta United, but maybe also how St. Louis started, and hope not to have that sophomore slump like St. Louis had, even though my argument is that injuries happened, and that's why we saw the dip that we saw by St. Louis last year. Because, I mean, second half of the season, they looked very much better once they were healthy. So, but we'll get that to it when you hear the predictions with me and Moussa. But yeah, I'm intrigued by San Diego. I think that there is a lot of pressure with San Diego just because of what happened with the Loyo. I think that there is some fans that are maybe still frustrated of that event happening, and I think maybe they think that there's a correlation to San Diego FC happening. I can't really tell you, man. Could it have been a coincidence? Probably. But yeah, I think that this is going to be interesting. I think San Diego. One, I'm just happy that the league is even. Now, now we have an even number of teams. Like we're gonna see everybody on opening day. We're gonna see everybody on decision day. So that's what I'm happy about. And then obviously, so we add another team. We're back to being an uneven league. I do think Garber needs to, if he's gonna add expansion teams, please do it in twos.
2 at a time. 2 at a time.
Like just like Noah's Ark, you got to have 2 at a time. So, and that's just my opinion. I just because I hate. I would hate to be the team that has to sit out on decision day and just pray that things fall in line for them. And so
you played on the Thursday before the Saturday, and it's like, all right, well, hopefully it works.
Yeah, so I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want that for anything. So, and I guess Sacramento it's official. Sacramento is going to be in MLS because I feel like you mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, I believe that's still correct. Sacramento was announced to enter, I believe, in 27. That was the plan. I'm not sure if that's
because I thought they were pulled. They were pulled, and I think that's
right. They were pulled. Yeah, they were originally slated for 2023, and then they got pulled.
Yeah.
So never mind. So we'll see.
Because I was gonna say that's unfortunate, but I do like that. They're like some people were like, "Oh my God, do we need another Californian team?" Yes, you do need another Californian team. I'm sorry to tell you this. As much as Vegas is going to happen. Vegas, I'm confident to say that Vegas will happen. You can't not have a team in Vegas. I feel like every team, every sports league now here in the U.S. is trying to find a way to get a team in Vegas. You saw the NFL do it with the Raiders, the Vegas Golden Knights. That was an object. And I think if it wasn't for the fact that the Vegas Golden Knights were able to do so well, that was where all the other teams were like, okay, now we can, the Athletics are going to be in Vegas at some point. Say what you want
maybe.
about that.
I don't know. They might not ever leave Sacramento at this point in time.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't. Yeah.
They can actually sell a stadium out.
Yeah. I mean, there is that. Obviously, Vegas also has the women's basketball team. I'm sure there's going to be an NBA team at some point in Vegas. Anyways, I'm just saying, Vegas, it's going to happen. You know, just like I'm sure there's going to be a team in Arizona at some point. Like there's once again as the league, maybe if MLS sees that USL is doing too well and they're like, hey, we can't have this. Which I think MLS is eventually going to have to do. This is buy the USL out. They already got their pyramid laid out. All you gotta do is just follow suit and then build this league and build it right, and we'll now have promotion relegation. And I think that should be the end goal at some point. Because like I said, you can't be adding all these MLS teams and think that we can make this work with 50 teams in a league. So I know eventually, I trust me, I'm with everybody. It's gonna happen eventually, and I'll be all for it that when that day comes. I just know it's not right now.
Yeah, they talk about you want teams in Indy, you want teams in Cleveland, you want teams in Arizona, you want teams in Sacramento. Like, dude, they are already there. You just have to go get them from the USL.
Yeah, I mean,
just bring them in at this point in time. There's no point waiting anymore.
I mean, I'm sure MLS is talking about, oh, we need a team in Detroit. There's a team in Detroit.
There already is.
And a great following, by the way, from that team.
Detroit City is fantastic. Also, really cool crest.
Indy 11, also strong fan base. I mean, I believe they play they actually play in Lucas Oil.
They do.
I could be okay.
Well, they either split time there to play where the Indy. They actually have a soccer specific stadium. I think now that they just got built. Okay. So yeah,
but I know that they usually have a really good crowd as well.
Yeah, they're also a historically really good team.
Once again, I'm not saying they pack Lucas Oil Stadium, but I do know that they do usually have a good crowd. Also, I'm just gonna say this: if you have an NFL stadium, if they're gonna play in an NFL stadium, just sell the first level. Sell the first level. Sell that first. Don't sell the nosebleeds just yet because it looks bad. Yeah. It looks real bad. And
you gotta sell it first. And then
I'm looking at you, New England. So even when they were good, but yeah. So San Diego FC, I think it's gonna be interesting. If you just had to think right now, where do you think San Diego does this year, being the debutante of the MLS?
I'm gonna say they're gonna be in that bottom playoff contenders, right?
So
realm
battling for wild card.
Yeah, I don't think there's. I don't want to put them as a playoff team immediately, but I do think they can easily compete for a wild card. I mean, there's 20 teams that get up going to the playoffs now. So being one of the
18 to be fair.
18. Sorry. Being one of the top, there are not bottom 12 teams, you can have a chance there. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to say they're going to be competing for a wild card spot. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a solid playoff team. I also wouldn't be surprised if they just miss out. I just don't think it's going to be a terrible team. I also don't think they're going to be the best in the league. So I'm just going to say somewhere in the middle.
I think their roster isn't necessarily as great, especially a team that was rumored to with damn near everybody.
Yeah, literally everybody.
I mean, Memo Ochoa was rumored to go there. Sergio Ramos was rumored to go there. KDB was rumored to go here. Which now I think the rumors are now that he would be going to NYCFC, which that just makes the most sense.
I don't think his wife's happy with that.
His wife isn't happy with New York.
You never know. I don't know. I heard something about her.
She wants to go to the beach. She doesn't want to go to
I heard it being close to the beach was all I cared.
She doesn't want to go to Times Square.
She's not used to those Guido beaches up in New York, New Jersey.
I don't blame her. But yeah, so that's San Diego FC. I think one thing that... Hey guys, this is Hector from the Insert Name FC podcast, here to tell you guys about Canada Dips. It is a great tasting, superior alternative to traditional dip using CBD in a way that is radical, enjoyable, and effective. It comes in 5 core flavors: wintergreen, mint, citrus, mango, and American spice. Canada Dip CBD is the new evolution in dip, allowing guys to enjoy great, long-lasting taste without the downsides. If you guys want to go ahead and try them out, use the code BELLYUP20 at CanadipCBD.com. Once again, BELLYUP20 at CanadipCBD.com, and you'll get yourself 20% off your purchase. Thank you again for Canadips for being a great partner of Belly Up Sports. MLS, I think I'm sure it's a gripe that you and me have had plenty of times, which, I mean, MLS has slowly gotten better with it, and obviously it's the recurring joke that I always made for international break, which was, all right, guys, it's international break, which means two things. We're going to see international football, and MLS doesn't care. And so MLS
but this year,
not this last year, MLS actually did follow the international break. So except minus the whole, we need to make a makeup game. So that's kind of what they used it for the international break. Not great, especially if you're Columbus Crew, where your starting goalkeeper and your backup goalkeeper play for national teams. Yeah. So, but crazy. It is being, at least as far as I was reading, there is going to be a break for the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup and the 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup. So there will be a break in place because, let's be honest, FIFA Club World Cup, you got Inter Miami and the Seattle Sounders competing. How far they go, that's up in the air. But, still, take a break for that tournament. Obviously, the last thing MLS wants to do is piss off FIFA and have, New York Red Bulls versus Montreal while Real Madrid is playing PSG, at the same time. So,
less than 5 hours away driving.
Yeah. And then as far as CONCACAF goes, once again, a lot of CONCACAF players playing MLS has been something that I have constantly griped with, the fact that you're basically playing with very thinned out rosters because, once again, if you have a good team, your players are representing their country. And CONCACAF Gold Cup, a lot of players that play in CONCACAF more than likely play in MLS, especially when you think about Panama, you think of Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala,
Jamaica,
Trinidad and Tobago,
Canada.
Canada. So, and the U.S., there is maybe we might see some U.S. MLS players.
It's gotten better over the years. But no, I remember, what was it? Landon Donovan era Galaxy at one point in time were playing with players with numbers in the 50s as their starters because that's how in deep they were. These kids are 17, 18, getting their one and only MLS appearance during the
it's
2 week
frustrating.
period.
It is frustrating, especially if you're a fan.
Because this is like a 2 month long break now in the middle of the season. It's like, all right, good.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're a fan of that MLS team, and I'm without my leading goal scorer because he's representing his country, and now you got to go in and you're gonna probably lose out on points, whether you get a draw or a loss. You're losing out on points because the team you're going up against, they don't have anybody in the CONCACAF Gold Cup, so you're playing against a full roster. So it's a thing that should have been done. Once again, depending if they end up making the schedule change, which is what we're all kind of hoping for
soon,
this won't be an issue. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, next year you definitely got to take a break because it's the FIFA World Cup. Because once again, nobody wants to see Columbus Crew versus. Give me a team here. Toronto.
Yeah.
Columbus Crew versus Toronto FC. Meanwhile, you got Belgium versus Colombia.
Yeah, no, literally, this is the thing. Is like now they're going to be using Cincinnati. You could have FC Cincinnati versus Nashville and on Tuesday, and like, okay, really? And you're going to on Wednesday play Brazil versus somebody? Like, no, let's not. MLS, let's not do that. Let's not make that a thing, because then you have Brazilian players that are going to complain about the field conditions. And it's like, we don't need any more hate given towards the fields in America. We already have enough towards our own fields.
I mean, Copa America, prime example of that.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So that is a very fair point. But yeah, so season break, like I said, like as much as you hate on MLS, I have seen progression. This is the progression I was kind of talking about.
It's just so slow.
It's slow. It's like it's the little battles that you gotta take as you go.
Unnecessary battles. They could have just skipped 17 battles and gotten like 17 steps further forward at this point. But okay, yeah, I get you. It's a little wins here, I guess.
Look, like I said, there's gonna be a day where we need Don Garber to just step down and let an actual soccer person
That
take
could have
over.
happened 5 years ago.
Yeah, it should have happened, but I mean, we are where we are. But that is a big thing about this year for MLS. There is going to be a break. I should also mention that there isn't going to be a break during Leagues Cup. It's going to be played through within the season. Well, it's still in that summer period, but it's going to happen. It's also they're gonna shrink it down. 18 MLS teams will be representing the MLS. All 18 Liga MX sides are still going to be playing, but they shrinked it down. And it's literally MLS teams are only going to play Liga MX teams, and Liga MX teams are only going to play MLS teams in that first round, and then they go into that whole round robin.
So it's exactly what it should have been to start with.
Yeah, and
Congratulations, MLS.
Yeah, and they also increased the U.S. Open Cup teams. Yeah, I don't know why they had to mention the Canadian Championship teams. I mean, we all know who's playing in the Canadian Championship. I don't know why that
actually, what was it? 2 years ago, somebody Thunder Bay made it to the championship versus Toronto, and then they got soundly stomped.
No, you're absolutely right. But I think, once again, if you guys don't know, the Canadian Championship, that's essentially Canada's U.S. Open Cup. And so,
there's 3 teams that compete in that.
Which, by the way, I did mention it. I think at one point we do have to have a discussion of should those Canadian teams go play for the Canadian Premier League. I think that is a discussion that's going to eventually have to be made.
Should the MLS just combine with Liga MX and make a duel, and then go ahead and bring in the CPL at the same time? I'm just saying.
I refuse to let that ever happen. I think once again they need to just get on CONCACAF and actually make this CONCACAF Champions thing more legit.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I have always questioned the idea of calling it an American sport, and then you have Canadian teams in it, whether it's baseball or basketball or soccer. I just always question that fact.
But we love you, Brent. we love you, Brent. Don't think
I'm not going to hate on Brent, but I'm going to hate on the fact that people call it American sport and it doesn't have American teams.
Yeah. So season breaks. They are gonna do some better changes. Like I said, take it for what you get. Be happy you got some sort of progression. I know that it's not the best progression, but it is progression nonetheless. Also
insert sparkler here.
Yeah. Little. What was that thing? The
poppers.
The poppers. Yeah. There's the popper for that. Also, big thing that MLS is doing to try to show people that they're getting their money's worth from Apple TV is featuring a primetime game called, get ready for this, I mean, what a title, Sunday Night Soccer.
I feel like this is the one we got to roll back the tapes to my commentary on Apple TV when it happened. Of what a joke.
It's like, are we
going to have this be a fan called game too while we're at it? Like, where are we going with this at Apple TV?
We asked for content, do have some sort of prime time. Have something where you have a team covering the game at the stadium. Have those things. I think that is important to have a prime time game. I think that I'm all fine for it. I mean, NFL has 3 primetime games, but still,
every NFL team, every NFL game has a whole crew to it. Every MLB game has a whole crew at the game. Every NBA game has a whole crew at the game. Every NHL game has a whole TV crew at the game. MLS, we put some cameras up, guys.
Well,
yeah.
Well, okay. So this obviously it's a little different when you're mentioning.
I'm talking like the main TV sponsor. Apple TV, MLB TV, whoever it is, NBA TV. There is a TV-ready broadcast crew on every one of those stadiums except for the MLS.
No, I agree. And that MLS did have that at one point, obviously, because Apple TV then decided to monopolize that. Yeah. But I what I mean is, obviously, for instance, in baseball, right? The Astros, they have AT&T Sports Network. You'll have Julian Morales be the sideline reporter and have Jeff Blum and Todd Callis being the play-by-play guys. Yeah. And I get what you mean. I understand where you were going off of. And there was a time where the Dynamo did have that. They had, obviously, soccer broadcast extraordinaire Glenn Davis. Yes, I'm going to glaze him as much as I humanly can. Eddie Robinson. By the way, we had an interview with him. He was great, coolest guy ever I ever got to hang out with. He said, I called him Mr. Robinson. He said, call me Eddie. And I was like, this is going to be really tough because I have Edward. Edward's a thing in my life. And then the sideline reporter was a combination of Sidney Bourbano, and I think they had somebody recently, but I remember Sidney Bourbano because just bonk me, Kelcey. But
no comment.
But anyways, so every team did have their own crew, had their own setup, and I agree and I liked it.
Yes.
Especially because the Dynamo, their broadcast was actually on a public channel. Like, I mean, like,
local TV deals should still be a thing in the MLS.
And I loved it. All I needed was to have some rabbit ears on my TV. Yes, I have rabbit ears for my TV. It's free. I don't know why you don't like free.
Yeah. Every smart TV can pick up over-the-air channels, people. I digress.
Yeah. Also, if you guys want a free Premier League game, it's in Univision. Univision Telemode. Yes, it's in Spanish, but
captions
or just enjoy.
I don't know how many years
enjoy
of
the
caption.
Goal.
I don't know how many years I've watched caption soccer in my life, but it is far more than a normal person.
Also, who doesn't like hearing Cantor screaming goal? So I'm sorry.
I loved it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's free. Rabbit ears free. Also, you're ahead of everybody that's cable cutting.
Yeah, you're calling goal 5 minutes before your buddy watching on Apple TV gets to even see the ball get passed to the goal scorer.
Yeah, so that's my argument. But no, when I mean about the primetime game, obviously, kind of similar to Sunday Night Football, where you have your prime guys, right?
Yeah, your A1s. Your A1. Your A1.
Yeah, your A1 or Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football, which not personally a fan of the Amazon crew. Yeah, you have Al Michaels, but Al Michaels just seems angry now these days.
He does not like working with Kirk, and that's obvious.
Also, he gets like the worst matchups humanly possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't.
That's that deal they both took for money, and that's the thing. There is a lot of money in broadcasting, and I get it, but like you say, just
like but my whole point, at least the primetime game, the thing that I like, that at least what I like about it. Do I think this is a great solution? No. But what I like about it is that hopefully this is what they're doing, is that they're going to have this crew travel to the stadium, set up the stage, set up like a little stage outside the stadium where they're doing their pregame discussions, and then go to the stadium maybe for halftime, have their little table, little stage area there again, talk about the halftime, the adjustments that need to be made, and then once again have a prime time crew. Who can that be? I have no idea. Maybe you hire Stuart Holden, but I think he's still committed to Fox, so I can't really. I don't know. But
I think that's my problem with it. Is we are 2 weeks away, if that, from the first game, and nobody knows who these announcers are. And like, look, I love Pat McAfee, but the biggest joke in the world is the Pat McAfee sideline thing during these big time games. I don't want to see that for the MLS feature game of the week. That's going to just irritate me. If that's the type of joke I get, or the Katie, and I love Katie Nolan. I love her entire career, except for her Apple TV baseball career. But don't do that to me again, please, guys.
That hurts me as a 100 pence guy. But
just like, I love Hunter too. But like, don't do that to me again, Apple TV. I don't want to have a joke of a crew covering a sport that they don't understand. Mm-hmm. And that's what's going to concern me. If you need people to come do it, call Hector and I. Call Goals TV. I guarantee you'll come down there and you'll get the best show you possibly could for your money. And instead, don't go out and just hire some American personality who has no idea about football or soccer. Like, that's my biggest concern.
A half-awake Edward would probably be pretty funny, though. But
a half-awake Edward would be fantastic. We could literally just put a camera on Edward at any given point in time and just be like, all right, we're going to go check in with Edward right now. And he's like, yeah, guys, how's it going?
The Timo Werner finally scored 3 goals.
That poor guy.
Oh,
He'll
man.
never live that down.
He's never scoring a hat trick. That guy's never gonna score a hat trick. If he doesn't, if he does go to New York Red Bull, by the way, which is still a possible rumor, not probably in the summer, but if he does go to Red Bull New York and somehow scores a hat trick on his debut, I'm just gonna be speechless at this point. But
At this point, an Edward Facerville is going to be on par with the Dream Facerville from YouTube guy. Just because like every video he's covered with Timo Werner. So as soon as Timo Werner finally gets a hat trick, it's going to be that long awaited type of moment.
Well, the joke is then we'll find another comedic player and just keep that shtick going because Edward just doesn't have a camera to work.
Oh
for
no!
him.
At that point, we'll pay. We'll get him one.
Yeah, we'll figure things out. But yeah. So yeah, and then you mentioned that they haven't announced who this primetime crew is going to be. What exactly comes with it? Are we going to have Becky G sing the Sunday Night Soccer song? Like, which I would not be against. Bonk me once again.
You say that, but I'm not going to disagree with you on these ones. You know that, right? Like that sounds fantastic to me.
Like, all right, if I were to be establishing this dream team, if you will, of this Sunday Night Soccer, which obviously it's got to be MLS guys, but I mean sideline reporter. I'm gonna go with. I wish I could say Susanna Collins. I think that would be perfect, but I think obviously, I believe she stepped out. Actually, it would be perfect because she stepped down from CBS. So.
Here you go. All right, so they did announce it. By the way,
screw it. Damn it.
All right.
Can I try to guess? Can I try to guess?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so my dream would be Susanna Collins as a silent reporter. I'm sure that's off.
Incorrect.
Okay, that's fair.
He's not involved.
Crew, halftime pregame crew. Bradley Wright Phillips.
I will just say this: they have only announced 3 people.
Like
and they are just the broadcast team.
Oh well, that just ruins everything.
It looks like it's the entire broadcast.
Okay,
it's 3 people.
They need a play-by-play guy. Is this a guy that we know well?
Yes, it's actually a guy we've already talked about.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Stuart Holden?
Nope.
What did we talk about?
Had concussion issues.
Oh, Taylor
Twellman.
Okay, I like that.
And then another guy is recognizable for MLS fans. He used to do the MLS in a minute. Or the
Andrew
MLS
Wiebe?
minute. Yep.
Okay, I like that. He's energetic.
And then Jake
Wait,
Ziven
this is the broadcast crew?
Yep.
This is they're gonna.
Yeah.
I know Taylor Twellman can do play-by-play, by the way. this isn't me dissing that part, but Andrew Wiebe?
Yeah, Andrew Wiebe and Jake Ziven are the 3.
I would have not guessed that guy.
That's the English broadcast. The Spanish broadcast will be Sammy Sadovnik and Diego Valeri.
I somehow knew Diego Valeri was going to be the name.
Yep.
So they don't have like a crew. Like they're not going to have like kind of like a Richard Sherman and a Ryan Fitzpatrick and.
Nope. No, it looks like they're going to bring MLS wrap up to the post game following the final Sunday match.
This stinks.
Yep.
Okay.
I go back to my previous comment and says Apple TV back to being a joke. I don't mind Taylor. I don't mind Andrew Wiebe. Don't mind Jake Ziven. But like.
Also, I don't mind Diego Valeri.
No, don't mind Diego at all. But.
Well, you're also not listening to it in Spanish. But.
I might listen to it in Spanish just because I might get tired of listening to Andrew Wiebe say something stupid again.
Yeah, that's where I'm like, for play-by-play, I think as a pregame and halftime report guy, I think Wiebe would be perfect. Which also, by the way, why did you guys take away Andrew Wiebe's show? MLS, your Apple TV, I don't know why you didn't buy that program, by the way. Because, once again, why am I spending X amount of dollars for just watching games. By the way, I already saw the player interviews and it sucked. It was like 4 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I could have done other things for 4 to 3 minutes. And I mean, I'm gonna watch your onside, offside, whatever the hell you guys call it, your Drive to Survive. Which I don't know, why didn't you do it the week before? Why am I gonna watch this the day before the MLS starts?
No, you know what? This is the thing that bothers me. All right. This is the announcement from Don Garber. This is his comment on it. Our partnership with Apple has redefined how fans experience Major League Soccer, bringing the league to more people around the world than ever before. With the addition of Sunday Night Soccer, a new studio, and the debut of Onside Major League Soccer on Apple TV, 2025 will be our best season yet. We couldn't be more excited about the future of our partnership with Apple. Literally spoken like somebody who's just happy to make money. That's what that
What
was.
a wanker, bro.
Like, come on.
Okay,
can we stop having cash grabs in the MLS? Can we grow the game first and then have cash grabs? This isn't like a crypto where you can just pull the rug out on people. Like, give me something useful.
Like, let me have a reason to spend $85 besides having access to every MLS game.
The only reason I buy Apple TV, period, is Ted Lasso. You're going to tell me then I have to pay Apple TV Plus to get MLS games? No. I at this point in time, I'm going to go back to what I did in high school, and there's a bunch of fantastic websites that I don't have to pay the money for. Or I'll just go to Fubo TV. I'll just put in the Goals TV, Fubo TV code, and I'll just go use Fubo TV.
I mean, Shrink wasn't that bad either. Shrink's a pretty good show.
I'm just like, at this point in time, guys, come on. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's a joke. I'm gonna go ahead and say my dream crew, because just to go ahead and say it. Susanna Collins, that sideline reporter. I think she's electric. My announcing crew would be Kobe Jones and Glenn Davis. Obviously Glenn Davis doing the play-by-play, and also they have paired together. They did the Women's World Cup a few years ago. That was the pairing, so I can actually say they were pretty good. Your pregame, post-game show, halftime crew, Andrew Wiebe definitely belongs there. Bradley Wright Phillips, Taylor Twellman, and I'm gonna say newly retired Alex Morgan.
10 out of 10.
Thank you.
I would watch anything Alex Morgan's a part of.
Though I do think a journalist that can actually like keep the discussion going, or at least like carry the discussion.
What's Sebastian Salazar doing right now?
Boom.
I'm like, what is Sebastian Salazar doing? Because that's the only thing missing from your entire.
I mean, if that's the case, bring Hercules Gomez with him. So,
oh man,
so that way, because one, I need both of them to be yelling at each other.
Yeah, I think that as a pregame, not even
as your broadcasters. Why hasn't
Apple
TV bought these guys? Why haven't they brought them in? They're like, oh, you guys screwed up. All right, bring in. I forgot what their show was called. Bring those guys over and bring the show to.
Was it Herc and Seb or Seb and Herc? Wasn't that the name of the show?
Somos.
Oh no, yeah, that's right. It wasn't Spanish. I remember that. Never mind.
Not Football Picante, something else. That's where the pissed off Spanish guys get mad at Eden Hazard for high fiving a Chelsea player. Great energy, by the way. I don't care.
Oh no, they're the Vamos pod. They're now on Men in Blazers. As the Vamos pod.
Wow, Men in Blazers is doing more than Apple TV.
Yeah.
They're gonna end this contract. I'm calling it right now. They're going to end this contract because they're getting. Okay, maybe MLS won't but I mean, as far as fans have been complaining about Apple TV. You're not getting your money's worth. Besides having access to all the games, there is no original content. MLS Onsite has just become a thing, and I'm already feeling like it's going to be a massive joke. I'll be honest with you. I haven't watched Drive to Survive in a while now. Do I still like Formula One? Yes. But I haven't watched Drive to Survive in a while. Didn't watch Full Swing because I just don't like golf. No offense if you like golf. I
I,
it's a hot. I just
I
don't.
suck at it.
I don't even know how to play it. Um, yeah. So like, what was another series that they were doing? That Netflix series with quarterbacks. They tried to do one with wide receivers. I didn't care for it enough to watch the wide receiver show. So
Wait, are you
like,
talking about QB1?
no, when
Okay, good.
Netflix like follow
I was
like
like,
the
QB1 was fantastic.
QB1 was great. I wish they kept that going. No, I mean when they followed Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousin, and
Oh
Marcus
yeah,
Mariota,
I think that is just QB1 or something.
quarterback or something like yeah. And then the following year they're like, oh, okay, let's not do quarterbacks, let's do receivers. One, you guys did too many guys because it was Debo Samuel, uh uh what's the tight end for the San Francisco 49ers?
Kittle.
Kittle, uh a very pissed off Devontae Adams, Jettas, and I think there was one more, but I could be wrong. You just had
There
too many
was.
people.
I think it wasn't it Giants, Malik Neighbors?
No, it wasn't Neighbors. That actually might have been. Might have been just four guys.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, Sebastian Salazar is not with Vamos. He is with ESPN still, ESPN FC.
Oh yeah, because he switches with the other guy, the
Yep.
other journalist.
Sad those two broke up.
Yeah.
I was a big Hercules Gomez fans, even back to the Pachuca days.
Well, the thing is with me about Herc and Sebastian Salazar, the thing I found is so funny because I think initially I hated Sebastian Salazar, and this is the guy that came from the Dynamo coverage days.
Yeah.
So I have a lot. Like I mean, I've known Salazar for quite some. Well, not know him, but I mean, like I've known of him for a good while, and like to see him then now be with ESPN, I was like, huh, full circle moment, and kind of thing. Because I remember when the Dynamo had so just so you guys recall back when content was actually thing done in these MLS clubs, they had this show called the Eddie Robinson Show, which was basically where Sebastian Salazar and Eddie Robinson talked about topics across soccer in general, but more specifically towards the Houston Dynamo, where Eddie Robinson was basically allowed to just go off and just say what he wanted to say. And I think it was him and Sebastian Salazar actually had some great chemistry. Um, I would love if Eddie Robinson would ever want to bring back the Eddie Robinson show, and I would love to be his co-host. By the way, if you were ever to do it again, because I think his perspective of the game, kind of similar to Eric Winalda, is one that needs to be heard. But anyways, uh, but yeah, just to see how Sebastian Salazar has moved his career from doing, I think it was called CSNBC, some weird
Yeah. Yeah.
sports.
CSNBC. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he did that and then to now be on ESPN and doing his thing with Herc. But during COVID, I don't know what it was. Salazar just had to have this thing where he just had to be a complete asshole to Herc. And I think for a while I kind of was being very defensive for Herc because I was like, why do you do this? Why do you take so many jabs at him? And then weirdly enough, it created great content. They need to get back together. Men in Blazers, go and bring him in. I don't think they have the funds for it. I'll be honest.
I
But
don't know. They just got to invest. There's a lot of money that just got invested there.
that is true. That is very true.
You know what? Just to throw a couple names out there for guys who I'd be okay with seeing in a broadcast booth. By the way, Mo Adu, bring him back into. He's already owned by. He already works for Apple TV. Put him in the broadcast arena. Obviously, Herc, and then the last one would be Sasha Cleston.
right, guys. MLS is coming back. It's back, baby. I'm excited. You know, a little American soccer is our league is back, and of course, I gotta have one of my favorite people in the goals community and just the American soccer content community in general. The cool part is the fact that you're an outsider in some sense because you proper football for all the people the proper
Getting
football
me in
folk,
trouble.
the proper football folk. You played with the PSG academy, so and you grew up a Chelsea fan and all those things. So the properness, but you came to America and you adopted the MLS life. So I
Yes.
appreciate that. But obviously Moussa, Coach Mo, also want to point that out.
Hey,
So
eh,
yeah, great to have you back, man.
it took me almost. Oh wow, yeah, it took almost 18 years before I went fully MLS.
I gotta ask that. So what was it for you when, obviously growing up in Europe and having the true football
Mhm.
traditions and all that, and coming to this country where it's still very young. I think it's still
Right.
kind of progressing in its slow way. Um, what was it that kind of made you kind of like I'm kind of buying in now with the American culture?
Um, I think for the MLS part, I think it was probably just how when they say first impression is everything.
Mhm.
And I think when I lived in Kansas City, that's where I went and watched the Wizards game. I forgot who they play against, and that was at Arrowhead Stadium as well. So I think that game particularly was not the greatest. So it took me from where I was watching, PSG at Parc des Princes live playing against the Barcelona and everything, to then going to a football stadium watching a soccer game with not that many people. And I think that's where it kind of stopped and closed the door until I was watching a little bit of games here and there.
I mean,
But
you're a fan.
yes,
You have this.
but I
It's
was not
not early in the morning.
invested in it. Yes.
Yeah.
And then I think it just took a little bit of, moving to St. Louis and then getting involved with soccer there. And then there was then that huge push for MLS. And, when it's your hometown, it's a different feel. When it's the people that involved, it's a different feel than just a team that you adopt. You need something to click to make you join a team. And that was pretty much my hometown team now. You gotta go all out.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not, obviously I'm in a little different scenario where, I was born here and I grew up
Yeah.
here, but obviously being a first generation, like the first American in my family,
Yeah.
and even though like American culture, and I obviously to be of all places, Texas, where American football is king here, but
Mhm.
I still grew up in a Latin culture, so
Right.
like football, soccer
Yeah.
was kind of still the main thing that we watch. I just didn't watch MLS because in some sense we were all taught that this was a lesser product.
Mhm.
I was still, and for me at that time, because obviously like watching Premier League or anything Europe, it's like those once in a few times it's on TV kind of thing. Luckily, I had Telemundo and Univision, but I could watch some games, but not all of them. It's not like how it is now, where
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday morning. There's a prem match coming on in the Spanish channels. It wasn't like that. So for us, it was to watch Liga MX, the Mexican
Yep.
league, and so that was my way of watching soccer, and of course playing FIFA.
Yeah.
But
Of course.
to get more familiar with the other leagues, but like I mean, for at least for that, but I was always taught that I wasn't even initially a U.S. soccer supporter either. Like
Yeah.
I was always supporting, Brazil because that's what my dad rooted for Brazil.
Yep.
And then, obviously I discovered TT Henry and then the rest was history. And then also I discovered R9 and that's how I became a Madrista.
Yep.
But that's kind of like, but still I never really paid much attention to MLS because I was like, they don't know anything.
Yeah.
They don't know
And
what
you
do they
want,
know?
and sometimes you want to also see, I just spoke French for a second. And you want to also see people that like you play, which kind of helps. So I did play soccer, in America and all that, but it was still Bosnian with Africans, with Hispanic players in those Sundays leagues.
Mhm.
So we did play it. It just was not MLS until here we are now, you and I talking, where MLS brought us together, where we probably would have never spoken if
Yeah. I mean,
without
and
it.
exactly. And obviously, I would tell you for everybody that how what did get me into U.S. soccer and what got me into MLS was funny enough was Kobe Jones. It
There you go.
was I finally watched. I finally like it was a Gold Cup. Gold Cup was on, and I was me and my family were kind of like hate watching El Salvador because it's we're gonna support them. It's just that kind of like we know you're not good,
Okay.
but we'll support you nonetheless. I know you're French. You don't know what that feels like, but
Hey, we knew at first, pre 98, we knew what losing was.
that's true. Fair enough.
Yes.
It was in a final, but I mean, actually no, you won the '98
Yeah, we
final.
won. That's when we knew how we felt from there.
But so we were watching it. I remember the U.S. was playing, and when I saw Kobe Jones, I was like, "Wait, this guy's got something." I was like, I didn't, and this was still like too early for like Landon Donovan to like get my attention in that sense. But when I watched Kobe Jones, I was like, this guy has some flair to him. And then later I found out at one point he did play in Brazil. So I was like, which makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
But yeah, then I became like the biggest Kobe Jones fan. Started supporting US soccer. Didn't support an MLS team. I didn't want to root for the LA Galaxy like that because I think they were like the best team at that time as well. Anyway, so I was just like, I'm like, yeah, but then when the Houston Dynamo came, I was like,
That's
well,
it.
this is it, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, little biography of Hector
Yeah.
of how that came to
Put
be.
put an MLS team in your city and you will have fans coming. That's pretty much.
Yeah, and I mean, the Dynamo did really well. Kind of similar with St. Louis initially when it came in, it got a lot of attention towards it. Mind you, we're like in this college stadium. The seats are like made of metal,
Mhm.
and it's the hot Texas days, and we're still
Ooh.
out there watching having good crowds for those early Dynamo days with like Brian Ching, Dwayne De Rosario, a young Stuart Holden,
Yeah.
all those things, and it's just like that was the culture. And then when they built the state, now the state of the Dynamo playing now, um, at one point had one of the longest unbeaten runs, um, in sports in general, and I thought that was a
Nice.
pretty cool thing. And then obviously then they got bad, and now we can't pack a stadium to save life.
It's a
So
nice stadium, though. I was
it
there
is
last year
it
when
is a
I
great
was.
stadium.
Yes.
So hopefully one day it's gonna be a packed stadium again. We'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
I don't know what it's like to have an empty stadium.
And I can't hate, man. St. Louis, that stadium is beautiful. I love that everything's next to each other. I love how I is it convenient? I feel like convenient is the word I want to use as well, like the location.
A
Um,
100%. I live a little bit more in the county, so it takes me about 35 minutes on a good day. But it is definitely convenient for whoever lives closer to it.
mhm.
And transportation is also, they have the train where you can take it if you park far. So yes, it's convenient. The placement is pretty much perfect for it. I guess I'm maybe biased, but
I mean, as
yeah,
someone that saw it in person,
yes,
I can attest to it. Beautiful, and also the training ground,
yeah,
super unique, and I love every bit of it of its
yeah.
uniqueness. I feel bad for the equipment managers if anybody sends the ball out to the freeway.
Oh no,
You're,
they have that. Well, it's high
it's a
enough,
really
and
high
the way they
net.
have it push it, yes. And plus, if they kick it, it will first go to the academy field before it goes. And then after that, the academy field is actually the headquarters. So if anyone kicked the ball that high, that far, that's Slut's office you're going to hit. You don't want that.
Keep that guy on the team though, because he can definitely clear the ball.
Yes, yes.
Um, but yeah, man. So 2025, the new season, everyone starts. It's a clean slate for everybody. Teams that
Yes.
were bad can be good. Teams that were good can now be bad. It's anything is basically pretty much anything can happen, especially with the way this league is has done. Um, as far as you feel like some of the changes that the MLS is doing this year, obviously We're gonna have that FIFA Club World Cup. I feel that I think there is going to be a break for that tournament to happen, but
Hope so.
things are changing also with Leagues Cup, less teams. Maybe it makes it better. But how do you feel like with some of the changes that MLS is doing for this season?
Yeah, I think it's great that there's talk of making breaks because you will pretty much, if you try to compete against those clubs that come from overseas, people are going to go watch that one. It even if my team is playing and you say Real Madrid or you're saying PSG is playing, City, we have a problem. So I'm kind of glad about that one. The cash exchange between teams for players. We saw there's big names that have moved already, so that's a nice move as well. I guess the talk of changing the season to kind of be more of like the international side calendar. So I think there's it slowly coming towards what the rest of the world is doing, and they picked the right time, which Club World Cup and the World Cup, to kind of make these changes because there will be big break. So
And then
it's
obviously there's also the talks of potentially switching to a fall spring
yes.
schedule versus having a spring fall. So
Yes, because
uh,
you start the season in a for some of us, you start the season in a cold, you end the season in a cold.
mhm.
Um, our team is actually still in California at this time, and they're supposed to be here tomorrow for a big event. At least I think five of them will be in town. The rest are still in California because it's going to be what 1 degree on Tuesday.
Yeah, don't blame them. I
Yeah.
don't blame them one bit. So,
So I'm kind of glad that they're thinking about that part at least. So I think there is the right directions. Um, they're listening to people, so it's a good so far so good. And I, I'm seeing a lot of changing happen. Players coming in, going out, ton of money going in, going out. I'm impressed.
yeah, I like the cash for player trade is interesting of how it's being done. You know, obviously the big one has to be Joveljic, getting
Yeah, we don't want to talk
leaving.
about that.
Yeah, that's a insane. I don't think if anything, I don't think it gets any better for Sporting Kansas City. There's like a
No.
lot of issues with that team. We'll talk about them at some point,
Yes.
but yeah, no, it's insane there. But yeah, I can't wait to see. I think once again, as Messi's influence continues on with this league, we'll see the changes. A lot of significant changes are going to happen, and it is because the World Cup is coming. And last thing you want is while X, Y, and Z is playing in the World Cup group stage match. Last thing you want is to see, you know, Sporting KC versus New England Revolution
It will be
later
an empty
on.
stadium. I can the diehard fan will go and watch that World Cup game.
hmm
And yeah, no. And but one thing I will say is the amount of international players that are coming in now, they most likely, I guess people might not like that, but they might have a bigger impact than what Messi had by himself.
hmm
Because the lack of like Saha, for example, you talking now, you have Ivory Coast, the Premier League, the Turkish League that are aware that the MLS just got him. So, and then all of the other countries and all the players are coming in. So it's the perfect timing for the World Cup because now each team will be able to promote. That says we have X and X from your country,
Yeah,
and now they become fan.
I think that Zaha move is so interesting just because of he's to me like I feel like maybe not necessarily well known as he one deserves to be more well known.
Right.
But I feel like I would say he's your favorite player's favorite player in some sense.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
game respects game. I
Mhm.
think Zaha. Um, I think maybe many MLS fans probably don't understand how big of a signing this guy is. Because I thought that this guy would be an instant game changer for Charlotte, especially where they're looking for that attacking piece.
Sure. I wanted
Uh,
him at Chelsea when he was at Crystal Palace.
yeah, he's a solid player. So I think if we see more of these guys that if kind of guys, and they come in and maybe fans are like, oh, well, this isn't a Messi sign, but they see the impact right away, which I'm hoping that's what we're gonna see with Charlotte. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy, and more guys are gonna want that kind of special treatment when they see
Yeah.
the impact that these guys can do. Um, yeah, so I can't wait for that. But all right, we'll start things off with our preview with the Eastern Conference. Obviously, we can be as unbiased as we can be because there's no team in where our teams aren't on this one.
Yes.
But the teams in the Eastern Conference, in case you guys don't know, is Atlanta United, Charlotte FC, the Chicago Fire, FC Cincinnati. Obviously, if you're watching the video version, the table's right there on to our side. But if for the podcast version, Columbus Crew, DC United, Inter Miami, Montreal, Nashville SC, New England Revolution, New York City FC, the Red Bulls, Orlando City, Philadelphia Union, and Toronto FC. Uh, I will say this from the previous season. I'm not going to list the playoff teams. I have that there as a notes just for me
Okay.
and Moussa to see. But,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, we know where everybody ended up at the end of last year. Um, like I said, teams have gotten better. Teams have gotten worse. We'll start off with a team do you feel like there's a team that's in that playoff category that did not improve, and we might be seeing them take a dip this season?
In the playoff route, I don't think I've heard much about Cincinnati, like player wise.
You
I
did
don't.
lose Lucio Acosta, who was your
Yes, but like on
MVP.
the losing side of things, that's where they lost. I don't haven't heard, since they were the big spending team and they're the one that've been offering a lot of money for players overseas and in the US, but I've not heard like a big name that says that sign other than the outgoing and then have their former player join Austin. Um,
Yeah, I think when Cincinnati, yeah, you're right. They did take a big loss. Lucho is definitely like the biggest loss.
right.
I know they signed that striker, but I mean,
Yeah, there you go right there. You said this they signed that striker and there's no
yeah,
name.
yeah. I'm trying to remember the name, but right now I can't think of it. But and that's unfortunate. But that is honestly kind of maybe the fair point to that. But yeah, they did sign a striker, but now it seems kind of like a moot point now because you lose your 10, you lose your
Right.
playmaker in Lucho Costa. I think Evander is the name that's possibly
Oh,
going into Cincinnati, and I think
and that would be nice.
if that move does happen, I think that does change a lot of things in the conversation. But obviously, as far as I know, he hasn't been signed. He's not been promoted on social media.
Yeah, and
Uh,
training preseason is happening now. He's losing. I mean, most teams are going home now as we speak.
yeah. So yeah. Well, I mean, if that logic comes in, then obviously,
That'll
then
be
you're
then we'll
missing.
change maybe that part of the Cincinnati, but then it's losing one big player for another one where you wanted to have two of those players to kind of connect.
Yeah, I think FC Cincinnati is a good shot for a team that we might see a dip in. I
Yeah,
think I think I'm looking at the other team in Ohio. As much as
Columbus.
I trust Wilfred Nancy,
Mhm.
you lost your two strikers. Christian Ramirez is now with the LA Galaxy, and Cucho Hernandez, which respectively so,
Mhm.
is now at Real Betis, and big signing for them. Which is funny because it was a good. We saw the money. We're like, all right, that's good for Columbus, and I believe in New York City FC, I think they sold a player for more money.
Yes.
And so now, hindsight's always 2020.
Yeah.
But I mean, still, I don't think they've had necessarily an answer yet for that nine spot for
Right.
for Columbus. And as good as Wilfred Nancy is, and as good as this core of players for Columbus, that's a big hole
Yeah.
for them. So I don't know how you feel about Columbus. Are you kind of on the same page with me, or
So that's I haven't seen that much of movement. So sometimes when I don't hear, a lot of movement from a certain team, it's either they already have their core and they were willing to lose a big player because they know someone may step up. But the fun things with all of these teams is that you don't know what negotiation is happening behind closed door. Even if the experts have not said, "Oh, there's possible talks," you never know until it says the window's closed. Um, he has his hands on international football too, so you don't know who he can call. Even Cincinnati, because they have the money. Um, Montreal we have not heard much from him as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's because we're overshadowed by a lot of the other big news that's happening, that some are being missed. But for these teams that at this moment is like Cincinnati is the one that's closer to home and that we have not, big splash.
Yeah, and
And
I mean,
Charlotte is decent. Well,
no, yeah, I think Charlotte significantly got, at least has my attention when it comes to the Eastern
yeah,
Conference. I think that they're gonna have a huge increase, but obviously we're not going to talk about the teams that were already in a playoff position the year before. But as far as you're going with FC Cincinnati, the team you feel is going to be taking a dip, which this doesn't mean that they're out of the playoff discussion.
oh no,
This
it's
just
just that
means
they lost so much more at this moment, and even though they were ready to splash, they have not splashed like the others that we did not expect, but have made those moves.
exactly, and I feel that's exactly how I feel about with Columbus right now. Once again, as much as I trust Wilfred Nancy, you need a nine. You
Yes.
just need to have a nine. And as good as that team is, as good as that core is, they got some wingers as well. But if you don't have anybody to service that ball to, you're in your situation. So that's my concern. Maybe they sign a nine at some point, maybe before the season, but still, clock is ticking.
Yes.
Kickoffs in
It's
a matter
next
of
weekend. Oh, this week,
yeah.
next weekend. Yes.
Yeah, it's in a matter of hours, depending on when you listen to this episode.
Yes.
Um, so yeah, so that's where I am at. Um, but obviously, a lot of changes has happened. Is there a team right now in the Eastern Conference that you feel can jump up and be in that playoff conversation?
For the non-playoff teams?
Non-playoff teams, maybe even the wild cards. I personally, I don't feel like wild card teams are considered playoff teams in my opinion, but that's
Yeah.
just my opinion. So
I only American sports I've learned to wild cards
yeah.
because yes. Um, you know what? That's the thing. From the non-playoff teams, if you just look at what they are now, not really. If Chicago Fire would have had Neymar join them, that
Oh,
would have just pushed them up.
I
But
still don't feel like they would have been good.
but it I but didn't well they do have the former U.S. National team coach, so
Yeah, I'm not touching that with a 10 football.
you know what? I have them a little bit keep an eye on them because they're also closer to home. Um, but no, from the non-playoff teams, not much have done. Philadelphia lost their coach. Nashville has not done much. New England, who knows?
Yeah, I think for the non-playoff teams, I just don't think they've done enough to improve their situation.
Yeah.
DC United, I'm just gonna predict that Benteke is gonna leave at some point. And I mean, MLS does have this rule now where they can actually buy out a player's contract.
Right.
Question is, how much is that contract to buy out for Benteke?
Where is the
But
MVP? Oh, that players can buy out?
yeah, so like a club can actually buy out a player, which the Houston Dynamo did use this rule. That's how they bought out Sebastian Ferreira, so that's why he is no longer with the club. Um,
I
which
don't know. Benteke probably what has met all his expectation as a player and won
I'm just
Golden League.
wondering if he wants to go through another year where he's just not enough to get this team to that. Because I mean, they were a decision day. Unfortunately, the decision day impacted them. They just
Right.
didn't get the result. But and despite the fact that he was the leading goal scorer, you know, DC
He
United
needs
needs
to
some
go
help.
somewhere else.
Yeah,
He,
he needs to
yeah.
go somewhere else. And I'm just saying, DC United, depending on how their season goes, if the season actually looks pretty good for them, I mean, obviously add another weapon, add another piece for the team. But if things aren't looking good, I mean, if they might want to go ahead and use that buyout option. At
Yeah.
least this is Hector the GM thinking. Like, I mean, am I gonna get better with Benteke on the field? Because this team still has a lot of flaws in my opinion. And their kits are terrible. So
Oh, you said it.
yeah, so I mean, there's lots to be concerned with DC United. So I'm gonna, but I mean, yeah, I don't see any of them. Like to me, Philadelphia is gonna be when are we gonna see Kevin Sullivan? That's gonna be the discussion. When's Kevin Sullivan gonna be on the pitch with the first team? Because obviously this is supposed to be the next big thing for America. So
Yeah.
he's got that Man City contract once he turns 18. So
Yeah.
clock's ticking if you're Philadelphia. So on that part, but I would
Yeah.
say I think Atlanta United did enough to at least get jumped into a guaranteed playoff spot, not in the wild card. I think getting Miguel Almiron is a huge boost
It's a
for the
boost.
team. I think the striker that they got from was it Middlesbrough?
Oh yes, the big money that everybody has question mark on.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the club and where the league that he's plays in, but hey, look, Bossy was a League Two player, and
Yeah.
I love the guy. So,
Yeah.
it sometimes doesn't matter where they come from. They're here.
I told people it's just that they got Atlanta tax money. That's why he cost that much. I think if another team with a lower budget would have reached out to him, it would not have been that much. It's just that when you're the team, inflation hits you. If you're Real Madrid, you want a player, and he costs $10 million for a smaller team for Sevilla, and then Real Madrid calls, they're going to say he's worth 50 million.
Fair enough.
It's just a name. It's
Fair
just
enough.
yeah. Atlanta tax, let's call it that.
I mean, I will say, as far as like big clubs with their spending, I think PSG somehow masterfully were able to get the player from Napoli, the Georgian. I don't want to butcher his name.
Yeah, I don't want to butcher his name, but yes. Oh, he wanted out.
Yeah, he wanted out, so I think that's where the discount came into play. But
yes, that's why Osimhen also went out and went on loan because of that. They just wanted out.
Yeah, so
yes, he's good though. He scored for us in the Champions League.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely getting quality from him. I know they call him the Georgian Messi, which we need to stop using that phrase, but I mean, it's working. It's actually working one of these few times.
Yeah. Bring the Champions League, and then I'll be good. I'll call him that.
So yeah, I think Atlanta. I think weirdly enough, like they stripped out a lot of players from that team last year that wasn't performing well. They fire their coach mid-season, and they go on a run. And I think, and have one of the biggest upsets in MLS history. It feels like at this point now. But yeah, I think Miguel Almiron. I think there's a lot of excitement right now for Atlanta. I think they brought in a good coach for the team. And I think also the sporting director that they brought in, it was also a good shout for him. I think it was like the former NYC FC director.
Yeah, I think I've heard some of those stories. I think so. He's familiar with the league, and now he just got one of the richest owners as his boss.
And then, mind you, I think they still have a DP slot available. So
yeah, madness.
Summer, that could be the move where they go after whatever they want to go after. But so I would say Atlanta United to me will be my team to watch as like an improved team.
Yeah, they'll have their pick of the shoes in for that DP spot.
Yeah, I would also say Montreal did make some moves. I just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
they're active, but I don't know what the direction is for that team. So I'm puzzled at that point. But for me, Atlanta United, I think, is the team that will probably improve. But yeah, sleeper team. Who's the team that you think is gonna sneak up on everybody this year?
I think probably the usual suspect, Orlando, maybe, because they've not done much of a move yet. But I watched the Miami game just now, yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they may.
What a denial by the goalkeeper, by the way.
Yes, that was a fun game.
I felt like I was watching a basketball game with that one hand save. That was impressive.
Messi looked at him like, what? But yes. So I think that's probably the team that made it to a playoff, but they were so close and have not made that much of a change. But that one preseason game kind of shows that
I
they're
mean,
right up there.
you lose Facundo Torres, which I think is still a massive loss for them, but you look at some of the options that they have at the winger position, obviously Angulo, which I think really got a lot of my attention from obviously someone that had to keep a close eye on Orlando because someone made a very bold prediction and predicted them to win the MLS Cup. Not doing that again. But
You were close.
I was close. I was 2 games away from it.
Yes.
That was thrilling actually. Especially when your team gets eliminated for red cards. At least I had something to root for. But I
Yes.
mean, you get another year with Enrique,
Yeah.
which he was a solid player. I think Luis Muriel, I kind of want to see what he does this time around. Maybe now that he has a good idea of how MLS is, maybe he can perform like the guy that we saw from Atalanta. So I think I think Orlando's a good sleeper team. I don't think that there's any like people putting stock right now in Orlando, especially when you lose Facundo Torres. Um, I can see it. I think Orlando can surprise some people this year. So I like that pick as well. I'm gonna pick that one as well.
Oh,
But
look at that.
for the East, who's your favorite to win the East? I feel like we
Yeah.
both know who the team is gonna be, but
Uh, we'll just give it to Miami.
do you feel like okay? So I am
Wait.
picking Inter Miami as well.
Yeah.
Like they're obvious, just on paper, they're just the favorite. I do like the Fafa Pico
Yes.
signing. I think that that's a good signing for them. Getting MLS experience into this roster, I think it's very important for them. But okay, obviously you move on from Tata Martino. You have this opportunity to bring in a coach that maybe has a good idea of MLS, that can probably work with the big names that are going to be in this team. And instead, you go after Javier Mascherano, which his only background comes from coaching the U23 Argentinian team from the Olympics. I'm sure he has some other coaching background. I'm not trying to
Yeah, yeah,
completely dismiss him.
I'm sure they all have to do their, academy playing for their previous teams and all that. Um, so I guess you're asking if the Messi and friend, um,
Yeah,
yes.
so
Um, so yes, we all know that it's the Messi and friend. Come on. I think for me, probably the only question mark I have at this moment is that yes, they've brought in some U22 players, some players that are probably very good overseas, but they have not gotten a taste of MLS soccer just yet. So on paper they look all great, but then that's where the rush reality of MLS hits you in the face. How will they be able to circum that?
and I think that's the thing that kind of not I don't want to say infuriates me because why do I care what Inter Miami does, but like it's like how many times do you have to learn this lesson? Like which I mean obviously Messi's first year they were such in a deep hole it was going to take a
Yeah, there
miracle
was
for
no
them to
coming.
make the playoffs. But second time around you're literally the best team in MLS.
Yep.
And even though a lot, we tried to explain to all the Messi fans, because let's be honest, it was Messi fans. We tried to explain to them that this supporter shield does not mean anything, um,
Unfortunately.
and they get embarrassed in the first round. And yes, embarrassed is the right word for this because on paper you should have beaten Atlanta United,
Yep.
and this was an opportunity to get more MLS experience in this team, and you choose to not go after MLS experience besides getting Fafa Pico. I think that this was a missed opportunity. Do I know any MLS coaches that could have been right for this Miami situation? Besides Tata Martino, I don't know of anyone else. But which I mean, clearly Tata Martino was not enough for this team.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like Masha and on Goals TV, They even talked about it. They don't feel that they're going to win the MLS Cup this year. At least Davi believes they're not going to win the MLS Cup this year. But yeah, I if they don't win it, it's because once again they didn't learn from last year. I think
Yeah.
I think if anything, there's a foreshadowing right now that we're seeing with Inter Miami.
Yeah, and I think this is probably that part where they'll have to learn, and I think that's why cultures get recycled so much, is because they usually, if you have the experience of whatever league you're on, you typically will get a better look than someone else that is fresh off the
Mm-hmm.
boat, like if we could say it. But so I guess it will just determine, I guess, how maybe the first 5 games or so. We'll see. And what I'm talking is that, when you go to a Cincinnati or a St. Louis or Chicago where the 5 degrees will hit you. It's a
Yeah.
different experience.
Yeah, the warming up is a whole different. A lot of guys from tropical backgrounds, so
Yes.
especially when you're already from Miami as it gets,
Mhm.
there's it's gonna come at you. But yeah, I mean, regardless of that, I still say Inter Miami is the heavy favorite.
Yeah, they have
Uh,
to. I mean, there was playoff is the equalizer on everything. You can be the best in the entire season, and we
that's
know as
why
St. Louis fans, you
like I remember when you and me were on that video for goals about is the MLS better than the Premier League, and I feel like you and me were both on the same page. Where
yeah,
like, if the EPL decided to do the top 8 teams to go into a playoff round, like, are we gonna see Man City or are we gonna see
no,
Liverpool? You know,
I
I
would I would toss all my expectation out the window at that moment because you
yeah,
you manage people differently. The players manage themselves differently, and that's why my team, like we were saying, the first time when they was full of Europeans, they knew how to manage themselves for the entire regular season.
hmm
And that's why they went all out. They did not know that the playoff comes and it's brand new.
yeah,
So we'll see how his coaching experience or his assistant coach, hopefully they have the experience to kind of guide him to the playoffs. But we outsiders starting to learn that you have to pump your brakes during the season a little bit more
yeah, man.
than going all out.
It's not a marathon. It's not
No.
like the rest of the Europe in Europe. I think Belgium kind of has like a weird postseason, but it's the table, I think, still.
Yes, it's
Uh,
still a table. But
but
they have like kind of break. So it's not like a break when it says playoffs.
mhm.
Erase whatever you did for the past 4 months.
Oh, it's just it accumulates points from the season, and
Yes.
yeah, you're just now playing the teams in that top part. Yeah,
Yes. So you know at least that you have to earn that throughout the season, not
yeah,
just
and I think I think the Scottish Premier League kind of also had something similar to that as well. I could be wrong.
I'm not sure that.
I think they changed it, but I could be. I remember playing FIFA one year, and I think that I remember that, and I was like, this is kind of weird. I don't like this. I was like, get me out of here. But yeah. So Eastern Conference done. Inter Miami. I don't know where they'll end up in the playoffs, but obviously heavy favorite is probably the right place for them. Charlotte FC also probably a team I would say keep an eye on. I think
Yep.
that they built that foundation on that defense, and they just added a really good attacking piece. Maybe in the summer they add another one. So I think Charlotte would probably be a team to keep an eye on as well. And also their kits are beautiful, by the way. I just wanna
Yes. Uh,
it
they
pops.
got our agreement on that one.
But all right, the Western Conference. So this one we have a little bit more familiarity.
Yes.
Once again, for podcasts, we're gonna list the teams. But obviously, if you're watching this on YouTube, you see the table. It just popped up over here to our side. But the teams are Austin FC, the Colorado Rapids, FC Dallas, the Houston Dynamo, LA Galaxy, LAFC, Minnesota United, the Portland Timbers. I typed them twice, by the way, on the thing.
Oh,
That's
I
my
can. Yeah. Hey.
my bad. Real Salt Lake, San Jose Earthquake, San Diego FC, the debutants of the MLS this year. Seattle Sounders, Sporting Kansas City, St. Louis SC, your beloved St. Louis, and the Vancouver Whitecaps. Um, obviously, before we talk about, the teams in general, we have a new team. We are officially, the MLS is now having officially 30 teams. It's finally an even league. So everyone's going to be playing on opening day and everyone's playing on decision day. So it's not going to be a team that has to pray that somebody loses because they have no control at that moment. But San Diego FC, the newest team in MLS, how do you feel about this San Diego team? Like, as far as expansion teams, do you think they have done anything that would maybe replicate a good season similar to what your St. Louis team did, or are we going to see a team that kind of similar to FC Cincinnati that when they came into the league, Cincinnati fans don't want to remember the early years of MLS.
I guess the first 3 years. Yes. Yeah, I think that's probably the part where it's kind of hard for me, even for San Diego, because I know the OG of the MLS were like, they will crash because it's new, but I haven't name wise, I don't really recognize much of those names. I'm just more impressed of what the team is and how it's structured, beyond just the field side of things. How they, Right to Dream Academy, and then they will have their own academy where players will be staying in. So they will be like a true, world football academy.
A proper academy.
Yes. And then they have the backing of, they literally have a system that is going to be the envy of all MLS teams, pretty much. But now the question is, will that translate on the field? And the way I've seen, they structure the team and listening to the experts, they were still confused on how that team's going to manage, because they have, I forget the Mexican international that's like the big figure on it.
Chucky Lozano.
Yes. But then the rest is like, they're not really sure.
Yeah, I think as I feel like there is some good MLS experience. Like, I mean, Emmanuel Boateng.
Yeah, I guess that was it.
Such a underrated player, I think, in my opinion. You did go get Luca De La Torre on loan from Celta Vigo. I can't really tell you what happened with him in Celta Vigo. I think it's just not getting many minutes, and gets an opportunity to come here in San Diego. I think he's going to be a very much a featured player for San Diego. USMT player as well. Maybe this is him trying to get some playing minutes and trying to get some good looks for Pochettino. Yep. Anibal Godoy, I mean, if you've watched MLS, you know this guy at this point. Fairly seasoned, I think is the right word to say. But aside from that, yeah, you don't really have a genuine idea of what direction the San Diego team is. I mean, I can honestly tell you, I'm not very familiar with their coach, so I don't really know tactically what he brings to the table. And I think, honestly, he might be very much an unknown. I don't know. I think he's been more so an assistant in his time, so you don't really know what his influences are from that point. But yeah,
and I think you probably from me trying not to underestimate any teams. The way I try to see it is that it's a brand new team, so they will surprise a lot of people. City had to surprise a lot of people to make that run. So I guess the question is, will they be able to duplicate and surprise people?
Because I mean, St. Louis's first game, it was a complete embarrassment of Austin FC.
Yes, and it was like, and then the story is like, it was a former St. Louis University kid, but also if you think about it, is that we had a goalkeeper that anyone that watched soccer, especially European soccer, that knew that Berkey played for Dortmund, one of the biggest soccer teams in the world. So he was a goalkeeper that played Champions League, that played for Swiss. So at least we had
to
some
go up
players,
against some of the best players in the world.
Yes, and so it was like one of those things. Like, who's their goalkeeper?
Goalkeepers do make a big impact.
Yes.
And I mean, Klaus, like that year, Klaus, I was like, this guy's a cheat code.
Yeah. So I think so. It's just the element of surprise. We don't know. Maybe they will come off the gate and just, surprise the heck out of us. But every single team have improved compared to what when St. Louis came in. There was a lot of team that was rebuilding, like the current champion. We're not doing so well.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point that
Yes.
this is, as far as like the movement in MLS, it's
Yeah.
definitely been more from the Western Conference
Yes.
side.
And they're
So
coming into teams that are hot, like the hottest transfer window of MLS. I don't know
yeah,
if I would have liked St. Louis to come in this cycle.
yeah, and especially when San Diego had been rumored with all these names. I mean,
Yes.
what, Kevin De Bruyne, Sergio Ramos, who's now in Mexico, like Memo Ochoa, I think was also another name that was supposed to be coming to San
Yeah.
Diego.
That would have been a heck of a goalkeeper because that would have been a talisman
Yeah,
for the
you
team.
and just tell him you're playing in the World Cup.
Yeah.
So just
Yes.
because he always turns up on those occasions. I mean, he's a solid goalkeeper regardless,
Yeah, but he was
uh,
in the World Cup.
but in the World Cup,
Yes.
he's just a different
Yeah.
level.
Yeah. So
But
I don't
yes,
write him off just yet. Playoff, most likely not.
so I will add this question just because we're on the topic of San Diego. Many people felt like this should have been Las Vegas. Do you feel that as well, or
A
because
team to be in Vegas instead.
like instead of being San Diego, it should have been to Las Vegas?
I think Las Vegas is going to get a team very soon because they're
Yeah.
picking up like all major leagues. Um, so I'm wondering if it's like the geographic of all the teams. They try to maybe build a lot more rivals because it's like St. Louis is like the perfect circle where
Yeah.
we have Chicago, Kansas City. Yeah, we'll say the Columbus and Cincinnati. So I think rivalry to have more teams closer to each other to kind of build, what they have now, what four teams in the California space. So I think that kind of makes it
I feel like, yeah,
interesting.
I don't think there's not there. It's not a bad idea to go after more Californian teams. It's just
Yeah,
California is so massive, and
yeah,
um, I mean, there was a time where we thought Sacramento was going to join the MLS. Obviously, that did not happen, but Sacramento probably was the team that I still think should have been in the MLS, especially with like the following that they have. Um, but I think San Diego has a lot of pressure as well because what all that happened with the Loyal.
right.
Um,
Yeah, that was
that there's
ugly one.
pressure for San
Yeah,
Diego that they need to be able to perform. I know they're trying to get a lot of people's attention right now with some of the new additions to their ownership group,
yeah.
which is
And
cool.
oh, they hit strikes on that. You have what? So two are pretty technically African women, one from Senegal, and so it's like those are not small individuals
Yeah,
that you put in.
fun fact. I'm a huge fan of Issa Rae. Like Insecure is one of my favorite shows watching on HBO. She makes me laugh. Actually, immediately I fell in love with her. Not like that, but like
I know what you
she
meant
is
with the character.
hilarious.
Yes, yes,
She is hilarious. So when I saw that, I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool."
yeah.
So
So now they have
and the singer,
Ghana, Senegal, and British. So that is the smart route to go, and I'm not mad at it.
yeah. So I think it's pretty cool. San Diego's going to be interesting. I want to see how they do. Obviously, their kids, they were like you said, maybe they're new, so you don't have the identity just yet. So we'll maybe a few years down the road we'll get that identity in these kids. But
Yes,
right now, but we did say very active. The Western Conference has been as far
yes.
as transfers go. Um, but some team has to take a dip. Who's that team that you feel like maybe as everybody's getting better are kind of getting worse from the lack of moves?
I think probably the biggest loss for me is Real Salt Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Just him moving. If it, I think if he would have just moved overseas, I would have been less concerned for Real Salt Lake. But he went to San Jose.
Yeah, I think it was so bizarre what
Yeah,
happened. We're also like to a point where you were like, this team might be the team competing for the MLS Cup.
Yep.
To then Cucho gets hit with this
Weird.
suspension. We're suspension. No one knows what happened.
Yep.
We just have rumors, and that's what we're going off of. And so no one knows what happened with him with Chucho.
Chucho,
Chucho.
I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, it was Chucho.
Chucho, like they need to find different nicknames far from each other.
We're surprisingly not that creative when you think about it when it comes to nicknames. It's usually based on a name. If your name is this, your nickname is this. So like if your name is Sergio, you're Checo. So
it's no matter. Don't
no
deviate
matter
from
what,
it.
if your name is Jesus, your nickname is Chewy. So it's not. We're very on point. So, but anyways, Real Salt Lake is I think Diego Luna is gonna have to step up big time for this team.
That's my guy.
If dude broke his nose and got an assist,
Yes.
can't make this up. Also January is Dog of the Month, so don't forget that. But I think Salt Lake, that's a team where I'm just like they look like the same team from before now that Arango isn't there, and it is unfortunate that this guy stayed in the Western Conference because you're gonna see this guy.
Yes.
I agree. That one's a good one. I'm gonna go bold here. Because look, man, when you're on top, there's only one place you can go, and it's not more on top. And I think the loss of Joveljic is a big one. I think you lose Brugman, which came up big in the MLS Cup. You're not going to have Ricky Puig.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for how long. Maybe he comes in the summer. But still, he's going to still be recovering from the injury. By the way, also props to him for tearing his ACL and still finishing the match. If that was me, I'd be still on the floor. So
it's a final. It hits different.
He's also built different.
Yes.
So, so there is also that, but also winning the MLS Cup and you see him jumping around, and this guy, I don't think he had the operation yet, but it's still impressive. Jumping on people's backs.
Hey, the alcohol will do that to you too.
athlete. Yeah, that too. But I do think the Galaxy will see a dip from them, and it's just because I think that there has been a lot of losses. And I don't know if they've recovered enough. Look, this isn't taking jabs at Christian Ramirez. I think he's a quality player, but you're expecting to, that same output from Joveljic with Christian Ramirez, I think is going to be a little bit less. And then I think Paintel is going to be out at least initially.
Yes, they just saw that he was for 3 to 4 months. Is that what they said?
Oof. Oh man, that's a
big
one.
What it was saying.
But I mean, you still have Diego Fagundes, so that is still an option there. But it's going to be basically the Gabby Peck show, at least for the first couple of days. I think the midfield could be interesting for LA Galaxy, but aside from that, I think that they're going to have definitely like at least a rough start to the season. So I'm going to say the team that I and I'm not saying they're not going to make the playoffs, but I do expect a dip from the LA Galaxy this year.
Yeah, and I think probably my last one is like Seattle. I'm not too sure how
they made moves, but you just don't know what those moves are going to do. Jesus Ferreira, Chuy Herrera, Chuy Ferreira. I think is an interesting addition to the team. Is he kind of? I'm just curious what exactly is he going to play? Is it going to be that Raul Ruiz role, or what exactly? But like, do I feel like this team got better? I think defensively, they're still that same team defensively, but I still apologize for everybody that had to watch that Seattle-Houston matchup because the attack was. I don't know if attack is even the right word to say because
they were playing for their lives.
Yeah, literally. Yes. I mean, defensively was a great game if you wanted to be a fan of defending. And then just terrible PKs. That's So, I think Seattle I just don't know if they got better, and I think that's where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And as we're mentioning, teams got better, right? They added crucial additions to their team, and so I think I think that's a really good shout for the Seattle Sounders because did they get better? And as you see everybody else getting better around you, there has to be a dip. So
I
that
can cause
is.
trouble by saying Sporting KC because they only have one big spending fix. I think they lost what 3 players, so they're
I mean, well,
uh,
Polito wasn't really much on the field, so I mean,
yeah. I guess they're checkbook out
addition by
later, so that
subtraction, I
helps.
guess, on that one.
Yes. Oh, I forgot the Irish guy's name. He was a big one that did not resign. Oh,
Yeah, as
yeah.
a matter of fact, the preview from Goals TV, I had to really scroll that Sporting KC roster to try to find somebody that could provide service to Joe Village.
Mhm.
And the best I could say was Memo Rodriguez, and that's some bias because of the fact that he's a Dynamo Academy product. So,
Okay.
but aside from that, no, this team is to go from scoring a goal in the MLS Cup to now being at Sporting Kansas. Man, I'm a pray for him, but
Hey,
I don't think my
hey,
prayer is gonna help.
hey,
I'm probably like the last person you want to pray for you. So
I'm sure the weather is going to hit him differently when he's going to feel that cold once he leave California and show up to Kansas in the middle of nowhere, cornfield from LA. Oh,
it's
yeah, it's gonna hit.
that's gonna humble you quick.
Yes, yes, quick. And I'm saying for all Midwest. I'm not just saying because it's in Kansas, but it just
In general.
yes, it his lifestyle's gonna change. He knows that. I hope so.
Yeah, and then I'll throw in Vancouver as well. I think it's insane that the coach just left, and now I mean Vancouver is always underrated team in some sense now recently, but I don't I just did not understand why the coach would leave. I think
They're
that
for sale.
they were building. Yeah, that's true. There's also
That's
that. I mean,
yes.
do you
That's why
want to go?
Papa left. He's like, I'm out of here. But,
Okay, well, fair, well played, but.
yes.
Which it sucks because you feel like you're building something now with Vancouver, right? And now this kind of just scratch everything.
So there will be. I think for Vancouver, it will be two different ways this is going to happen. Either all the players will have to show what and who they are for their next team, or the entire team has to show their future buyers what they're getting themselves into. So player wants to go away or they want to stay, or the team has to show their future owners how many millions you're gonna pay more or less. I think they're literally playing for their next owner and how much it's gonna cost them because if you suck, you're going to have to pay less for that team.
Yeah, that's a
And
good
if they
point.
play well, someone's gonna have to cough up more, and maybe Las Vegas might have their team now.
Yeah, I it's crazy because I think we were talking about that where on goals, but I
Yeah.
think we were talking about that with like maybe with everything that's going on with MLS, this is kind of like that prime opportunity right now for a lot of the Canadian teams to maybe
Mm.
make the switch to the Canadian Premier League. Which I mean, and I've watched the Canadian Premier League. It's actually a pretty good league. I enjoy it. Am I a little biased? Probably because I know the goalkeeper coach for Calvary.
Yeah.
Um,
Hey, look, they were in CCC and they almost made it to Pumas.
yeah,
And I watched the game and I streamed it. The only reason why Calvary did not make it pass is because of a red card at like the 47th minute of
hmm
extra time of the first half. They were playing great the entire time till then. So if that's how the Canadian Premier League is, you never know. But I think there's that struggle with Vancouver. Coming back to Vancouver, I think that's where they are on a weird cycle where your owner put your team in, and then your coach leaves, and then one of your best player leaves. There's
Mhm.
so many question mark that would screw a player's mind.
And I think
100%.
now we just have the storyline to talk about because, is there going to be a fire sale of Vancouver Whitecap players? So,
Yeah,
and
and
I
Fava
mean,
was the first one.
some MLS teams still have, I think they have up to 2 cash for trades per season. So, so-
Bye, bye, bye.
and players can't say no to these trades apparently.
Nope.
So that's what we're learning because I'm sure Joe Village would not have wanted to go to Sporting Kansas City.
That's that. I don't know if that you want to talk on this one, but that's a very, I don't know. That's a weird for me as like a European guy, where a player doesn't have a choice. Like
Yeah, I don't know.
that's
I don't know if I read that right, but the way because like I think that's also what I read is just that the player doesn't necessarily have a way to decline the trade or something like that. Because at
I
first I
guess
was
they
like,
have to
oh,
negotiate better. I guess
I
sounds
guess
like
so. Because I was like, so this because initially I thought this was just a straight transfer,
right.
and I thought like just like how everybody else does transfers, but MLS just wants to be MLS and wants to do things differently, and
But it's American sport wise. I think that's how gets the
yeah.
LA and Maverick did that whole thing that we hear in the news.
And I think that's why the
Yeah,
buyout
came out.
thing came into because that's kind of copying the NBA,
Mhm.
where there's actually teams trade for a player just to buy them out, so the player can then go to whatever team he wants to go to,
Okay.
which is it sounds bizarre as I say that, and it sounds like I just made that up, and I wish I did, but that's really really
Yes.
much a thing.
Yes.
But
Hey everyone, it's Ryan from No Credentials Required to talk to you about one of our newest partners at Belly Up Sports, SeatGeek. Yeah, live sports is great on television, but the feeling of being at the arena is a priceless experience. That's why our friends at SeatGeek are there to help you find the best tickets at the best prices. Not only can you get tickets to sporting events, but you can also get tickets to concerts, comedy shows, musicals, and more. Search for your desired event now at SeatGeek.com, enter promo code BellyUpSports at checkout, and you save $20 off your first purchase. SeatGeek. Life's an event. We have the tickets.
all right, so we talked about teams that could possibly be dipping in the Western Conference, but now those teams that have immensely improved their teams. Is there anybody, especially in that non-playoff category, from the previous year, that you feel they're gonna be in that discussion now for playoffs?
As I said, how the earthquake, because they there's no for them. There's no other way than up to begin with,
So
and
when you
then
say improvement, what would you define improve? I mean, obviously anything's better than
the last
last
team.
place,
Yes.
but I mean, as far as you gauging, because they were very much active.
Yes.
Um,
I think they probably be like on the playoff edge.
so wild card.
I'll I think they're probably knocking at the door for wild card because
Okay.
they even though they've brought in some very good offensive players, defense and midfield is still a question mark. The ball has to get to your strikers, and if there's no one to do so,
What
and
was
if it
what was the trade that San Jose did with New England? I think they swapped Nico Lima. I think that's it. Nick
oh
Lima. Nick Lima for Jackson Ewell.
yeah,
Um, it's one of those where I'm not sure who the winner of that trade was. Like,
which is bad. So I
yeah,
think they're like knowing the name that they brought in and the experience and is that Arena? That's
yeah, Bruce
good.
Arena,
Yes.
the
So now
re
he's the coach too. So
Mr.
he
Rebuild.
knows. Yes. And he knows and he's been spending money because they gave him money. So he knows what to do to build a winning team. I don't know if it's necessarily what happened year one, but at least we'll see the foundation of what he's expecting that team to play like. And he has guys to score goals. So you need score goals to win games.
Yeah, I think San Jose is going to be an interesting team this year. It's not going to be depressing to watch them play. I
Well,
think
you and I still want them to be very bad.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. It's perfectly fine to want to wish that.
Yeah.
But we're all talking about Bruce Arena, like the guy that, obviously he built a dynasty with DC United, built the LA Galaxy dynasty as well, which I believe was also a rebuild in some sense. Maybe people don't correlate LA Galaxy and rebuilding, but I think it was a rebuild over there as well. Now New England, I feel like that was things out of his control. Also, a weird scandal that I think he was involved in
That nobody knows.
that nobody
what
knows.
happened.
Same thing with Chucho. It was like
Yeah,
no one knows what happened there, and now they're both in San Jose. So
Outcast.
yeah,
FC.
I mean they both still have jobs. So I mean,
Must be nice.
so yeah, I wish I could say that with the Houston Dynamo, but found a way to bring that joke in.
Yes.
But yeah, no, I think San Jose is a good shout.
I'm trying not to be biased. That's this.
Yeah, no, but I think it would be. It's not that crazy to say St. Louis will improve this year. I don't know if you feel what if they've done enough at least to get into a playoff spot. But I do. I mean, I think it's more because what I saw how St. Louis was at the end when they were finally healthy, that I was like, okay, this team was just had an unfortunate sophomore slump. And I think that's literally what it was. I think this team is still good. I don't know how you feel about the new coach
And well, from what I've seen firsthand, it's like very exciting. Like it's not like there was a huge shift of what St. Louis play like before. I think there'll probably be a little bit more patience than what we had before, but what keeps us excited is that how we finish the year and that the players that we have, we kind of added more of the skills, and now they have more of a preseason together, and now they have a coach that kind of understand them a bit more. And the only thing that we're all praying is that we don't look like, ERFC. And we have in our subs or our second round of players are almost as good and can do the work as our first team players. So compared to last year, we had so many injuries that we had to had STL CD2 players. The entire bench was CD2 players. You don't expect to win a game if
guys
your
are still
best
on the
defenders
developmental stage.
Yes.
So fair enough.
So I think that's the part where, and then there's the sophomore slump. So everything went bad, and then we lost the coach, which he was a victim of having almost the perfect season, and then having almost the worst first half of the season. So it was a perfect recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and like I said, I think St. Louis, is still, you still have Berkey, you still the German midfield that you guys brought in the second half of the season.
You mean the few of them, because we have 2 or 3
heavily German influence.
Hartel, yes.
But yeah, Hartel.
Yes, that would be the maestro. So
yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. That he. So I think St. Louis has a good shout to. I don't want to say wild card, but I definitely think can get into that playoff discussion.
3 or 4. I'm expecting. I'm hoping. Or expecting 3 or 4.
Somewhere around there. I mean, where you don't have to play a wild card game is what I'm saying. So I think
I like that one.
I think St. Louis is a good one to keep an eye on. As far as the other Texas teams, I should try to maybe be hopeful for them. I do like the addition of Brandon Vasquez, but aside from that, I don't know what if Austin has necessarily done. Well, no, actually, no. I think between FC Dallas and Austin,
yes,
I think Austin has definitely gotten very much better. Especially if you guys remember Hernan talking about that last year, they didn't even have an 11v11 for practice. Now I'm sure they do. So I think Austin FC has definitely improved, and I think with a big 9 like they're gonna have with Brandon Vasquez, a guy that understands the league as well. I think the question is just who's going to be that 10 that ends up delivering the passes, because Driussi is no longer with the club. But I think also
they're all happy for that one.
yeah, I think there's some things to be done with Austin, but I think Austin's interesting. FC Dallas, I think Lucho, big addition.
Yep.
You know, especially with him and Moussa, the uh partnership is gonna be great. But though my concern is still on the back line side for FC Dallas. Um,
So how
just-
you feeling about that since you're the third Texan team and you see how, you know, Austin has added and Dallas has added. That's going to be an interesting
yeah,
triangle.
yeah. I think, and it's weird to say as a Houston Dynamo fan to lose Coco Carrasquilla, to lose Hector Herrera, and somehow still be pretty comfortable with this midfield because
That says a lot.
you say you have Jack McGlynn, Bossy is going. At least if I'm thinking if Ben is gonna do what I think he's gonna do, I think that you have to put Bossy back at his natural 10 role. You do have Kolowski, or I don't know how to say his last name, but you do have him as also another option as a 10, but he can also play on the wing. Like I said, I mentioned Jack McGlynn. I think he's like I hate that they call it the Hector Herrera role. I mean, it's just an eight. It's just an eight position. I mean,
yeah.
Which
That's
I mean,
pressure, unwanted pressure.
and I mean, it doesn't help that McGlynn's also wearing 16. But
Well, then he earned it.
Is he wearing? No, he's wearing 21. Dueñas is wearing 16. Um, bold. Regardless, bold move. But I mean, I respect it. But like for me, the Dynamo, as far as like weirdly enough, they didn't necessarily get like any huge additions to the team just yet. I think Andrade, the center back, because I think Mikao is going to be going to Brazil, which I think it's a record signing for the club. So I think
There you go.
I think that's a big thing. I think Andrade will be interesting just because from Fluminense, winning culture over there, young. But I still like Bardlow. I think Ethan Bardlow will still be very serviceable. And Femi, the guy from Penn State who was defender of the year, his last year of college, which can't believe he didn't get drafted. We just signed him as an undrafted free agent.
Run with it.
I think this is like the signing of the century, which I'm hoping so because this kid he's fast, he's athletic, very physical. I think kind of for me replaces what Mikal was because Mikal was also very athletic, very physical. And I did respect the way he was able to put his body on the line to make some big stops. So yeah, I think Femi could be an interesting guy. I think maybe he's the guy that steps in. Bartlow, he's still a very serviceable center back. I don't know if you want Chenko and him to be the pairing because we need one that's an athlete at least.
Someone needs to run.
We need an athlete. I mean, and I mean at the end, to me, the best fail safe of all time is Arthur. So okay. I think that's a solid for the 6. I think and then also you get Nelson Quiones back, healthy. I think that's a big piece on the wing. And Ponce, I think as far as the pressing 9, I think he does a really good job, and I hope to see more goals from him. So like even though they didn't add any players, it's like weirdly enough, I feel like they're gonna be the same team. And also, they defend as a unit, so I think that's also the part where I'm not so worried about them defensively. And I know Moussa, I know how you felt about how they defend. I know can be argued as dirty.
I think it goes both ways, right? If your team does it, it's all right. If you're on the receiving end,
it's either they're playing with heart or
they're dirty, right? So, and I think he still will be a fan favorite at City Park or Energizer Park. It is, and I think I was in the press box, so I saw his whole interaction going to the tunnel. So so he's not going to be much liked until someone else takes the throne. Castillo, I think, was the first one that happened, and then he took over the throne. So we'll see who else is next, but. I think that's the part where I like it. until you're either on the receiving end. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's the part.
I totally get that part. Also, I'm just gonna throw this name because I'm hoping we see more of him, Sebastian Rodriguez.
Okay.
One of the Dynamo Academy players.
Yeah.
As someone that got to see the Dynamo Academy uh, when I was with them, when I used to work with them, that kid, and I'm sure we've said this plenty of times for every young player, but his maturity level for what was being asked of him as a 15-year-old at the time. Uh, it was very impressive. I mean, he was already playing with the second team as a 15-year-old, so I think that just tells you everything as far as his maturity level goes. He actually signed last year. This year, I think we'll see him a little bit more with the first team. Maybe not, probably more with D2, but
Right.
I'm hoping to see maybe a little bit more Sebastian Rodriguez. And um, I think the way he plays as a midfielder, he kind of plays like an 8, can play the 6 role as well. It's exciting right now for the Dynamo, especially because of like a lot of the academy players that are coming out. The
Right.
Dynamo was the team that had featured the most academy players last year in MLS Next Pro. So the future looks bright for the Dynamo. Something I have never thought I was going to ever be able to say. So, uh,
Eh,
but yeah,
I like
the
it.
Copa Tejas is going to be interesting this year. I think it's going to be because I think very much this is one of those Copa Tejas where all three of us could be beating each other, and it could really be anybody as far as the state of Texas goes.
That's I think I would say so. Um, I think this. I think that's. I'll be definitely interested on seeing the whole triangle, the Texan triangle on that part. And I think for me, probably the other parts for the Western is the whole LAFC, LA Galaxy. Looks like one. I don't know if it's going to be as exciting just yet, especially with all the move that's happened and maybe a lack there is.
I think the
Um,
Galaxy is going to have such a slow start. LAFC's got a lot. Uh, I think they added some good pieces. I think Mark Delgado was a really good, smart
yeah,
decision for the midfield. Um, Jeremy Abobasi, I think, to me is a good name for LAFC. I think he just needed to get out of San Jose.
big time.
Um, and so I think him. Obviously, I don't think he's starting over Giroud, but I think him coming off the bench, especially with his pace, that's going to be something a tired defender. The last thing he wants to see is a fresh Jeremy Abobasi running
Yeah,
onto the pitch. So I think LAFC is probably going to do a little bit good initially, at least the first half of the season. Maybe LA Galaxy once they're fully healthy. That I think I think El Tráfico is going to be fun. I'm just going to say that
I think it's always fun,
it's always
but
fun, but
but
it's
they all
gonna
have to be healthy.
man. If both of them, I mean, last year we did get to see both of them at their best. I think LAFC maybe was not matching LA Galaxy in some sense, but still going toe to toe with them, especially in the run for the first place spot in the Western Conference. Uh, but yeah, I can't wait to see the second round of this rivalry now. Um, with both teams being on top right now of the league, so we'll see. We'll definitely see that. But before we talk about favorites, who is your sleeper team? The team that's gonna surprise everybody from the Western Conference?
That's kind of hard to say. It might have to be a complete bias answer.
Now go for it.
I think City is going to be the sleeper team
I agree. I actually
because
agree.
yes, and not because I've almost seen a lot of it firsthand of how not only the team chemistry but also the players that have. Now we're saying that now Berkey is a veteran in MLS.
Hmm.
Now we have players that kind of came from overseas that kind of understand how the league is being played. Klaus, that had not so well of a season last year, apparently he went back to like his old coaches and his old way of eating and thinking and others to come back with a different mindset this year. So if it's a different mindset than what he had last year and closer to what he had the year before, MLS is in trouble. And we've also added more to our defense. So if Les Berkey has to do less crazy save, then maybe longer he will be happier
I mean,
and more goals.
a back line does wonders to a team.
Yes.
So, and as a Dynamo fan, I can attest to that.
Yes.
Back lines
So I'm just saying that we look like ERFC. So
yeah,
hopefully,
I think as long as they're healthy, I think St. Louis is going to be a big threat in the Western Conference. So I'm not disagreeing to it. I honestly, before you even said St. Louis, even when I was doing my prep for this, I was like, don't sleep on St. Louis. I think St. Louis is going to very much have a bounce back this year. As far as any other team, I can't think of anybody else. I would no, I can't think of any other team. That it
yeah,
is.
I think it'll just be those, and then San Jose, of course, because it was the team. It may sound just because maybe hating or something, but I cannot say that Jovicic, just him as the player going to Sporting case, he's going to be the difference for them to go all the way up.
He's
You
gone
need
to
more
a
than one player.
significantly worse
Yeah.
scenario. I would not be shocked if Sporting Kansas City is the worst team in the Western Conference. Maybe probably the worst team in the MLS this year.
Yeah.
So
the quote says, you don't want to wish the worst to your enemy, but not this one. If when that happens, you just want to watch San Luis feeds because it will be.
hey man, sometimes you want to watch the world burn. So
it will be
specifically if this one world is Kansas City.
Yes. So I think Kansas. Yes, we'll say Kansas. But I think it's just looking at the teams, right? The non-playoffs, we're talking what? Austin, Dallas, St. Louis, San Jose, San Diego, we're not really sure just yet. Those teams have improved.
But there's still questions.
Yes.
And
compared to Kansas
St.
City
Louis.
is like you won. And then they lost three of best players we'll call them, right? So it's like the big names at least have left. So and they still have the same system, the same coach, and everything else. At least teams are making movements, and you can tell from those non-playoffs teams, and they're the only name that has not really moved the needle, even without trying to be unbiased or anything. If you look on paper, they're probably the one that moved the less.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so we gotta get to it though. Who is your favorite out of the West? I think this is probably a little trickier because I think as much as there is a lot of movement that has happened in the Western Conference, I don't know if there's like a team that like at least singles themselves out to be the front on favorite. And I think maybe this is the time where maybe people are going to pick LA Galaxy, but that start is going to be really hard for them. They're going to be missing a lot of players. I think Christian Ramirez would be serviceable. Not saying that he's not going to be. He's not going to have the similar output that Jovic had. And then also you're not going to have Paintsel. And I think that's a huge loss. Gabby Peck is going to be very much having the bulk load of the pressure on his side, but I think he's also built for it in some sense as well. But
but when a team have to concentrate on four great players, it's a lot harder to defend. Mm-hmm. Now you have one target player. You put two of your best defenders or one of your best midfielders and defender, and that player is locked for 90 minutes.
And then also, the fact that you have your captain and Marco Rose having gripes with not with the club, with the league, but still showcasing their frustration. And I get it, how are you gonna make less money when you won the MLS Cup? How are you how are you gonna lose key players when you won the MLS Cup? Like, you should be building off of it. And I understand the frustration from both those guys, but it's also not a good look on your team at that point when there's already so many questions behind LA Galaxy, at least initially because of the injuries and big important players that are now no longer with the club. But yeah, also they lost Mark Delgado. He went next door. Maybe not next door. He went down the freeway
Well, hey,
and played for the other team in LA. So and I think that's also a pretty big loss as well.
he
Mark
didn't leave
Delgado.
the state, so that says a lot.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So for me, I can't pick LA Galaxy, and I feel like if I can't pick them, I kind of have to go with LAFC. I think that
Yeah,
maybe
because I
not.
guess they're pretty much our top two team in the West. Technically, I guess I was going to just say LA Galaxy as like the de facto because they're the champ, and the rest of our teams in the Western are like it's going to be a battle
I think it's very much open. I
for
I, I
like
do agree.
three
I
through nine or whatever. I think probably like you know what? To be fair, probably two from two going all the way down is going to be a battle now for who's going to be in that playoff run.
I agree. I think it's actually a lot more open. I do like the activeness that we have from the Western Conference, but there's no team out there that just looks stronger than the other. Like honestly, everyone very much can beat each other in some level.
On a good
So
day,
maybe not Kansas City. Kansas City might be like
I don't know. Hey, they beat us in the playoff when they were pretty much dead.
that's true.
So I think as long as if they are close to number nine, I think whoever's closer to 8 and 9 has a chance to go through.
Yeah.
Um, so
I,
that's why the
I
West
will
is.
also say though with LAFC, there's also contingency as to want me picking them as the favorite because I think the rumors for Antoine Griezmann are getting stronger and stronger by the minute. Especially maybe he leaves Atletico Madrid with a championship. I don't know, maybe not really. But I mean, I don't know. This league, La Liga has been a very interesting year for La Liga, and that race for the top spot in La Liga has been it's been interesting. So I think this and I always said it when La Liga's weird, it's that year that Atletico Madrid wins it. It's always on the weird year that they do it, but
Oh,
and it's
if he
yet to have
wins
failed
it,
me.
I know he's coming. It's not if, it's when and with who, but we know most likely he's picking where that's
And
fair weather.
I think he has. I think he is a game changer if he goes to LAFC. I think also the fact that like he has such an intrigue in America where I feel like he is probably the one guy that comes into MLS and isn't confused by the MLS. I don't know if that makes any sense. I think the fact that he watches the NBA like he does, the
He
fact
loves all that.
the fact that he actually like he's actually intrigued by American culture.
He
He
loves
picked the
it.
Kansas City Chiefs. Like he's like no hesitation. Like he actually like I know that team.
Yeah.
So I feel like he is so intrigued by American culture that he understands that part. So like we're not gonna have like Inter Miami who make complaints about who should be playing in the final and who not. But
Oh no, he's
anyways,
built for that.
yeah, I think he's very much like I think he'd be excited for the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think one thing that for him is that he's also a fun, interesting player to watch. He takes life like he plays it. That's why he was doing the Fortnite dance at the World
Oh yeah,
Cup that
easily
people did not
marketable.
like, right? So he's fun to watch, even if he's playing against your own team, and he's more, I think, how you call it, media.
He's
His
media
persona
friendly.
is you. You know, Messi is more reserved. You know, Ronaldo is over the top, but he's like more of like the family guy. He does not look like a football player. He does not have the six pack, the muscles, the clear.
And
He's
he's
more of like the
also
guy
very
from
much
next door.
multilingual. So
Yes. So he's more like, normal shaped guy. He knows his sports. He spends most of his life here, you know. So I'll be happy to see him.
I think he's
Unfortunately,
weirdly enough, I think he's the perfect signing for MLS just because of I feel like he loves America. Like if that's
oh no, you don't think he loves it?
he loves America, so I
Yes,
think
when
that
there's a break, it's a private jet to America.
he's going to the next NBA game. He doesn't care what NBA team it is. He's going
No,
to watch that NBA game.
yes,
So
love the
he's
guy.
getting the jersey swap with
Yes,
whoever's there. So, and he's always the guy that's featured in any of like the other American league social media. Like if they're going to Europe, who's the guy you
yeah,
see is Antoine Griezmann.
he has the jet life on lock.
So yeah, perfect. But yeah, so I think LAFC, and I think if they do end up getting Antoine Griezmann, I think that helps them even further because
Mhm.
that French chemistry is just gonna be unreal. If they can somehow swoop Pogba into it as well, which I think at
Uh,
that point that's
yeah, they need to slow down though, because they can't just put all the French guys there. And how am I supposed to cheer for the team that's in my conference when you put all my World Cup winners in one team? I mean, come on, like
it is interesting now when you say that when your team is definitely German influenced. So,
yeah. So it's like how am I supposed to do that? I cannot cheer for them when they're playing City.
yeah,
Well, and they already have three French friends there. One guy says he's from Gabon, but he's technically born and raised French. So I mean,
and he speaks French, so
yes. So it's like, so yes, yeah,
totally get
LAFC
that.
needs to slow down.
But yeah, man. But so you're going with the Galaxy, or you're going, or
Out
who?
De facto will be LA Galaxy. LAFC is probably just a hair on their back because of who they are. The rest, I think, is just a toss up of who's going to have the better season to be from 3 all the way down to 7, pretty much. Those are usually the best
Yeah,
playoff like teams. So 3-7, it's all for the taking.
yeah. This year is gonna be an interesting year for MLS. I think it's gonna be huge. I think it's gonna be exciting. Um, I I think this is the first time where you can really like say I have no idea who's gonna win this thing. Uh, and that maybe we all have an idea. I don't know if anybody actually put LA Galaxy on their bingo card last year, so
Yeah.
or expected New York Red Bull to be in the final. So I think you never know with MLS. It's gonna be fun. I can't wait. Obviously, it kicks off this weekend.
Yes.
And obviously, Moussa, thank you for always coming on and here to talk MLS. It's always a pleasure to bring you on, man. So this is your time, buddy. Go ahead and tell the world what's going on over there at Mo Football.
Not much. Just the same old same. Just MLS talk for City. Then there will be a lot more talk about CAF qualifiers and the in December. But there's also a lot more football interviews and adding USL as well to the fold because we're in soccer season, so we have to talk all across, which I guess is MLS talk. But I just cover all football in general, MLS primarily, but showing love to everybody else. And I have a new talk show too, that will be called Top Corner Talk with two of my friends from City, where we'll be covering City soccer and Missouri soccer all together.
Nice, nice, nice. Well, since you mentioned USL, how do you feel about USL considering themselves first division?
That's it. I see it twofold. Are they going to compete with MLS, or they're trying to kind of wrap themselves into a bow that says, hey, MLS, here's the product of our top team that we have. What's your move? Because they're pretty much helping building like America's soccer culture beneath MLS. They're in almost most of the regions, right? And they're having teams in
They're
most
starting
regions.
the pyramid is building
Yes.
over there.
So they're building like the infrastructure for almost like, hey, we've built it. What's your move now? Or we've built it. Hey, US soccer. Now you have two things. You have a closed circuit with teams that call themselves Division One, but we have Division One, two, three, four, and five. And here are all the counties, all the state that we cover, and see how many players we have. Oh, by the way, the U.S. Open Cup, two of our team made it that far and beat X amount of MLS teams. So it's like how you can package a certain league to say we might be the competition, but they have 30 teams. We have 65. We touch X amount of people. Now they're going to probably get another channel to watch their games, right? Because MLS only has Apple. So that means all the other major Paramount, CBS, all these guys. Oh, you have a Division One team, league. How about we put you in X amount of homes in the country, excluding what MLS has closed in. So
Yeah, and I
it's
think
who playing chess or checker, I guess we'll call it. Game.
yeah, and I think it's interesting because it's gonna be because like I think the argument that everybody has for promotion relegation is can fans be able to support a team that gets dropped in? Can American fans handle that? And I think if USL shows that they're still making revenue, that they're still able to get support from their clubs, even if despite getting relegated to the lower league, yeah, like you said, it's your move, MLS. Either you join in on this, you can buy us in, and now we have the pyramid is complete, or we could easily just steal take your audience away because now we have something that all the football fans have been wanting in this country for quite some time. So
and you saw UNI, right? You put a team in your city, it's your team now.
it changes a lot.
And I think the bigger you are, the more pressure you have, right? So maybe they will the one take over U.S. soccer and have U.S. soccer do what they want.
Yeah, and I think as far I mean in reality, the purists, I think that's the interesting part. Like the football fans here, the guys that would much rather watch the Prem, which I mean, I'm not disagreeing on that, but much rather watch the Prem than watch this MLS match, even though it's right here at your doorstep versus having to watch it on TV. When you now have the relegation, because they say there's no consequence when you're the worst team in MLS.
True.
And I get that argument, and I actually kind of do agree with that argument as well. And if they're able to sell, if USL can sell this and have the proof in the pudding that hey, people do watch enough of this to be like, we don't need MLS now.
I think after that it will be more of the American public to show that do you prefer closed circuit or not? Because some of us will follow our team no matter if they go from the top league or all the way bottom, right? They show England fans or other leagues where even though their team just went from the first to the second to the third to the fourth, they still have families that have 3 or 4 generations that still watch the team. So now the question is, do American fans are willing to see their team go to first division, to second, to third, and will they still think to spend their money there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the owners can say they don't want to lose the money, but if no one shows up, they will lose money 100%.
Mm-hmm.
That's why championship teams, their goal is to go to the Premier League and then to stay in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
But they still have the same amount of fans when they dropped. Would you imagine Leicester City that had to drop? They were in the championship, right?
Mm-hmm.
They still had their fans go and they still had sold out. And then they moved back up. Can American fans deal with that? Is the question.
And I think that's what I'm intrigued as far as like what USL is doing. Which I mean, this isn't new, the whole promotion relegation thing. I think what's new is just them declaring that they are a first division league.
Right.
And I do
you have
think
to play for it.
yeah. I mean, it's gonna be eventually the proof is in the pudding, and I think that's why. And I think even though MLS, like I think I'm glad that they added more teams now that are going to U.S. Open Cup. but I think that's kind of their way of saying like, okay, USL is kind of showing us out right now. We can't be having this. We got to show like we cared about the US Open Cup this whole time.
Would you imagine if one of them wins the US Open Cup? So does that mean they're going to CCC?
Yeah.
CONCACAF, right? Would you imagine if one of those things just happened, and if they're becoming a Division One team, do they now have a bet now to? So they will have to have a slot allocated for their champions, right?
Yeah.
Would you imagine if one of those things happen,
The
and then
pressure
they
does get
go
put on.
further than the MLS team or win it, or Calvary was almost beat a Mexican team because they've lost one player. USL could do that, and then the whole world's watching it. What's going to be the explanation?
Exactly. Especially like, now that you have like these Scottish Premier League, not Scottish, Canadian Premier League teams that are, Calvary, like you mentioned,
Yeah.
that are, this is now the second year in a row, I think, now that they were in the CONCACAF, in that CONCACAF competition.
And barely lost.
And barely lost. And I mean, like, they're like, now people, they could be saying it's not just Vancouver, it's not just Montreal, it's not just, Toronto. Like, there is good quality. And that's why I'm saying, like, I wouldn't think it's offensive to MLS if the Canadian teams decided to just go into the Canadian Premier League.
No,
It would, one, it makes probably the most sense in the world, but
money-wise, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I think it wouldn't be too bad. So I think, and the last part is that USL have shown they are selling players to overseas leagues, and they make it less difficult for those guys to transfer there. So USL is making noise by having their former players not only go in Europe, but isn't it that Louisville kid got to LA Galaxy? See, so now they're poaching USL players.
Yeah.
They're someone at the top in MLS has to ask questions, right? Because it's like, hey,
someone's sweating. Someone's sweating right now.
their guys are going. Their leading goal scorer went, from Charleston. He now moved to Spain. I mean, if Europe thinks that USL is the gateway to get younger players, and then it's the gateway to older players is to go to MLS after their prime, that's a big no, right? You want all your young players from MLS to go to Europe.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That might be a different episode, but yeah.
That might be a different episode, but the pressure is on going into this MLS season. I'm telling you, it's gonna a lot of things gonna be at stake. We're gonna see more changes in MLS as well. I like we mentioned the potential schedule change that seems more and more stronger as it goes. Which,
love it.
If they do make that change, what do they do with this year? That's what I'm kind of curious because you would
this year?
Yeah, because I mean, obviously now it's gonna, it's starting now and it's going till December, and I get that part. But if they were to start the fall, the spring fall schedule, there's gonna be at least 6 months of no MLS, because they gotta start it in August.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if they put. They might come up with another tournament. Put it right in between because, Canada will have to be on the break too. Mexico will most likely will have to be on the break too. So are they going to come up with, a fun tournament for that 6 months that say, hey, it's Copa Libertadores or something like that for.
It's going to be interesting. I'm intrigued what's happening here in America. So,
you know what I mean? Send all your Europe or MLS team to Europe for 6 months.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. I can't wait. But Moussa, it's always a pleasure. Obviously, you're always welcome to come on Insert Name FC whenever you like. You have that golden ticket, so always
we might have to switch that and bring you on one to the new podcast. We'll have to make that happen.
Yeah, for sure, man. I owe you plenty. So
no, we're in the same team,
of course. Yeah. But yeah, make sure you guys check out Mo Futbol, man. Great content over there. Definitely one of my favorite people to talk to, especially.
Appreciate it.
I think a lot of relatability here between us, the fact that we are in some sense outsiders loving American culture as in the football aspect of it. So I love that we have that similarity. But man, make sure you guys check out Mo Futbol, man. We're gonna take a break and then we'll go right into players of the week. All right. Once again, thank you to Moussa, aka Mo Futbol, aka Coach Mo, for coming on to do that. I always have so much fun with talking with Moussa. I feel like I become a better person when Moussa's around. So I think that is I'm very genuine. I say that as well. But it's always a pleasure to have him on. But all right. Players of the Week is brought to you by SeatGeek. SeatGeek is an amazing ticketing app where you can get all your tickets from live events, from sports, concerts, comedy shows, theater. If it's live, it's there at SeatGeek. I love SeatGeek for its simplicity. I use SeatGeek plenty of times now for a lot of the events that I do go to, from sporting matches to even going to the theater, because, fun fact, I like musicals. Didn't expect that to hear that from me, but yes, I do love an occasional musical or two, and SeatGeek does provide tickets to these kind of events. So, if you guys want to understand a little bit more, there's a great rating system that SeatGeek uses, which makes it so much convenient as someone that's trying to get the best deals. It is using a color system. If it's red, that means keep looking through the app. You're going to find a better deal for a better seat. And if it's green, that means those seats for that price, it's perfect. Go ahead and enjoy your event. If you guys aren't sold yet, for first-time users of SeatGeek.com, if you guys use the code BellyUpSports at checkout, once again, use the code BellyUpSports at checkout. For first-time users, you'll save $20 off that purchase. So thank you so much for SeatGeek for being the presenting partner of Players of the Week. My player of the week is Mikel Mireno, who scored 2 goals in Arsenal's 2-0 victory against Leicester City. Came off the bench and scored in a matter of minutes from each other. So, yeah, impactful. I know I said some things about Moreno as far as the reason behind his addition, but hey, he came up big. I gotta give him props when props are given. So, congratulations to Mikel Moreno. And Edwards' player of the week is Omar Marmoush, who scores a hat-trick in Manchester City's 4-0 shellacking of Newcastle United. Big win, lots of great assists. Erling Haaland also providing assists. I don't think it was from our Marmoush goal, but Ederson, an assist from Ederson. Savinho, an assist. Can't remember the other ones, but Marmoush did score a hat-trick. Very solid performance on his behalf. But yes, solid players. Congratulations, Mikel Moreno and Omar Marmoush, for being our players of the week. Make sure you guys check out SeatGeek. Use that code BellyUpSports, especially if you're a first-time user. Save yourself $20 off that first purchase. And congratulations once again to them. All right, guys, some games to watch this weekend. I mean, this episode has literally been dedicated to MLS, so watch it. MLS, lots of great matches. You got a Texas derby, Houston Dynamo versus FC Dallas, that I think is going to be really interesting. You're going to see the debut of San Diego FC on Sunday Night Soccer. I can't believe that's a thing. But taking on last year's MLS champion, LA Galaxy. So very, very interesting debut matchup. And that will be also the debut of this Sunday Night Soccer. And best believe I will be watching this heavily to see if it is worth the hype. Liga MX, we got León versus Tigres, really good matchup there. And Pumas versus America. America coming off of a loss against Necaxa. Can they bounce back with their cross-city rival Pumas? Also, for you women soccer supporters, we have the She Believes Cup that is kicking off here in the U.S. It's a very fun tournament. If you guys have a chance to go see it in person, I highly recommend it. But yeah, She Believes Cup. We'll see. It's an interesting roster as well for the U.S. women's national team. A lot of players have hung it up for the women's national team for the U.S., so we're going to see some new names, new players taking on very important roles in the U.S. women's national team. So can't wait for that. Going into Ligue 1, we got Strasbourg versus Brest and Lyon versus PSG. PSG is still undefeated in Ligue 1, and once again, nobody cares. In the Bundesliga, we got Borussia Dortmund versus Union Berlin. Like I said, Dortmund needs to start doing a bounce back because it's not looking great for them. And we got Bayern Munich, who came off of a draw against Bayer Leverkusen, taking on Eintracht Frankfurt. Really juicy matchup there in the Bundesliga. In the Serie A, we got Torino versus AC Milan. Santi Jimenez, since he came to AC Milan, has been finding some form. So let's see if he keeps it going. And we got Texas' very own Hellas Verona taking on Fiorentina. We'll see how that matchup transpires over there. In La Liga, we got Real Madrid taking on Girona and Getafe taking on Real Betis, who, by the way, Anthony, since leaving Manchester United to go to Real Betis, has been quite the talisman over there for Real Betis. So be on the lookout for that matchup. And then in the Premier League, we got Newcastle United taking on Nottingham Forest. Can they respond after losing to Manchester City? And Manchester City coming off of a big win against Newcastle United. Can they knock down Liverpool, who is currently in first place of the Premier League? So a really, really juicy matchup, and we'll see how that all transpires in the Premier League. But with all that being said, it's not all the matches that are being played this weekend. But if you guys need a good beginner's guide, I think we give you some good matches you go look forward to. And also, make sure you guys go check out the MLS. Might be worth it. Might be worth a look. But all right, we'll go ahead and segue. We'll take another break and go right into 3 Up, 3 Down.
Righteous Felon Craft Jerky is the official jerky of Belly Up Sports. For over a decade, Righteous Felon Craft Jerky has led the American meat snack revolution by concocting delicious, adventurous, U.S.-sourced jerky recipes for uncompromising carnivores across the country. With 15 different flavors to choose from, Righteous Felon has all jerky lovers covered, and by using promo code BELLYUP, you will get 15% off your purchase at RighteousFelon.com. Do your taste buds a favor today and rip into a bag of Righteous Felon jerky.
All right, guys. Yeah. So obviously, whenever a season kicks off, we have to do a 3 Up, 3 Down on the kits. Which, as I say that now, I also realize that I haven't done the Liga MX kits. But to be fair, they're the same kits from the Apertura, so it's fine.
New sponsor logos on a couple of them.
Okay, well, we'll see. But all right, Kelcey, obviously you're the number one fan of kits.
Yes.
And you love the kits. It's one of the things that you love so much to do. And sometimes we actually even ask you to do one before, just pre-recorded, just because we know how much you love talking about kits. And let's be honest, when it comes to football or soccer, that's one of the things that it never fails, is that the fact there's always going to be new kits every year. And I'm sure that's why you're also very much happy about this game.
Yeah. Well, look, we talked about why I got an MLS as an MLS fan earlier, and just soccer in general. Became a soccer fan in general. And I think one of those things as an American fan, one of the things that first got me into soccer was the sick jerseys that I kept saying. Newcastle United was one of the coolest jerseys I ever saw. And that was the black and white stripes with the flip down collar that we only know of as on polos. We didn't even know you could put those on jerseys. Those were sick. And then obviously being a Liverpool fan, I've slowly evolved my passion of jerseys. But this goes through all sports. It's not just soccer. But like as a fan of the sport, when I played too, like when I played sports, I was also a huge fan of having jerseys that I enjoyed wearing, that I'd wear. And that's to say, there are a couple jerseys that I had to wear that I hated them with a passion. Looking like a mustard yellow corn dog is not fun. I can just tell you that much.
Kind of already have the idea of what Liverpool kid you're referring to. Yeah.
It's historical kid, technically speaking, but yeah, that's those god awful corn dog jerseys. Ugh. Anyways, but yeah, no, that's why I love jerseys, man. It's just so much fun. It's something that you can get behind as a fan, and it's not a contentious issue usually. Like you see that's what relates you to another fan, is that jersey. So, yeah.
Yeah, perfectly fine, man. So, obviously, we do this great tradition, and we're going to kick things off with the down. Kelcey, what are your 3 worst kits of MLS this year?
Yeah, so I'm going to start out with the newest team to join the MLS. and maybe this is a mean thing to do, but I cannot stand the boring San Diego FC home jerseys. They're boring.
Okay.
They're boring. Kit. Yeah, I do like the white aways with the nice powder blue, the simple collar with navy and blue.
It looks like a training top to me, man.
But they do. Both jerseys do look like a training top, and I hate it. I hate that part of it. You had 2 years to design a jersey for San Diego, and you came up with gray and white as your two colors. Well, technically black and white as your two base colors. Come on, we could have done so much better. So yeah, San Diego's home, number one on my my 3 down list for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So moving to one we just talked about in the MLS section, and you said that you actually didn't hate it, unlike everybody else. St. Louis FC, St. Louis City, 2025 home kit. That is the brightest color jersey I have ever seen in my life.
Now, I gotta ask this because on Goals TV when we were doing this, they weren't a fan of the collar. How do you mentioned earlier about collars? How do you feel about the collar?
It's weird, man. It's a weird. Okay, so this is the thing about the whole jersey that just drives me batty. They have a dog and cat food brand as their main sponsor, and they put the color of salmon as their jersey color.
Which, I mean, that's the club's color.
Right, yeah, this salmon is in the club color. It looks like you're just putting salmon roe on a jersey, and you said, all right, guys, this is our jersey for the year. There's no really thought into this. I hate the collar. The one button with the two-tone. Why? It reminds me of the old 2000s, early 2000s era trend of wearing 2 polo shirts, one popped, one not.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, can't do it. Can't do that one at all.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. So last one on my 3 downs, though. We're going to go to Philadelphia, and we're going to do the away kit. You talked about the San Diego looking like a training top. Philadelphia's away kit also looks like a training top. I like the idea of having the lightning, but you could have done something better.
This just looks... I'm going to sound like everybody on fucking... Oh, sorry. Like everybody on Ink Master. Oh, an outline would do wonders on this, and that obviously referring to the lightning bolt.
Or just a change in colors somewhere there, like a darker blue mixed in. This is just a lot of light colors on one jersey.
So, and also I had a great comment on that Goals TV video, by the way, which was because I mentioned that I don't understand why they moved away from the Bimbo sponsorship, because this one is Thomas, which is also a bread company. I guess owned by Bimbo. That's what I learned. But that, once again, and I'll reiterate it again, that that sponsor logo doesn't help this jersey any more or less, because with Bimbo, it pops a little. This is a box. Maybe if you would have just removed the box part, maybe if you just let it be Thomas, like it would have been fine. But you did it. The box just makes it look weird. You want to know the funniest part about that part? You mentioned the logo, the Thomas logo. Mostly famous for English muffins. Yeah.
The snake on the jersey is the "Don't Tread on Me" snake from the
irony
Revolution.
Is very much
just throwing it out there, man. It's just like Philadelphia just had a lot of things going on this one.
I gotta say, like, since Philadelphia dropped that initial lightning bolt kit, the one obviously from the year they made it to the MLS Cup, which they lost, by the way. Which funny enough was that was like the day of Philadelphia where not only did they lose the MLS Cup final that day, but then later they were to go ahead and lose the World Series to the Houston Astros. A day that I got to watch both those games. So
yeah, one's at noon, one's at 7.
Yeah, it was quite the day for me in that aspect. But the what I was trying to say is that kit, and I remember because I praised that kit. I
loved it.
I believe that was my number one kit that year for when we did 3 Up 3 Down with the MLS kits. That was a great kit. Since then, as far as like the away kits have gone, they've been crap. I hate the camouflage kit. I hate this kid. This is they just have not been able to replicate the wow factor that came from that kid. And I think they were hoping that this kid could do it, and I kind of thought that it could have. But you need an outline.
Something, man. Something in here to break it up.
It just it just either doesn't look complete, and I'm not saying the outline makes it complete, but it just misses. It's a big miss for me. So I think that it's a good start to your list. Did I feature Philadelphia Union on my list? No, I did not. But I am very critical about this kid.
Yeah, so that's my 3 down. So yeah, Philly away, St. Louis FC home, and San Diego home. I just can't. With those 3, I'm just like, all right. Maybe this might be one I see it on field. It might change my mind. But I just have the worst sneaking suspicion, especially San Diego. They're going to put that navy blue top with white shorts because that's going to make it work. Like, no. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I can totally see that. All right. My third kid, my third worst kid is FC Cincinnati. I don't like this. I don't like the sash. The sash is freaking massive. The dark blue and the light blue. I don't necessarily know. I don't really understand the origin of the 2 different shades of blue. If it's similar to the Marine Corps,
it's a Cincinnati thing.
Okay. I was gonna say if it's like for instance in the Marine Corps, the fact that when you talk about the dress blues, the lighter blue and the darker blue, the navy blue, which some people think is black, it's a reference to the 2 types of oceans that the Marine Corps have served in. And so I thought maybe that was a reference to that, which no, apparently it does not. But yeah, I think this is like an anniversary kit too, by the way, for their I think it's a 10-year anniversary of FC Cincinnati.
That sounds all right.
So, yeah, happy anniversary. But yeah, I'm not particularly a fan of this kid. Which is crazy because I do love the color scheme for FC Cincinnati. Obviously, as someone that has orange in their on their team's kits. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of it.
Yeah, no, I get that. You said 2 blues. I want to throw in the fact there's a third blue, and that's the shoulders.
Oh, valid point.
And that makes it even worse. I do like the sash has the diamonds in it, but yeah, I'm with you. I don't like the multi blues.
Yeah, so there's my gripe. My second kit is DC United. All right, so I've seen multiple images of this kit, and I just don't know. I just can't put a finger on it because the feeling is either they ran out of toner, or
okay.
Either they ran out of toner, or it's been out in the sun for a while. Yeah, that. So, but then I've seen other pictures where it looks a little bit more vibrant. But and I said I'm gonna go look at Football Archive. I'm not gonna look at footy headlines this time. And I got the same out of toner look for the footy headlines one. The other image that I'm referring to is from MLS, like not the website. I'm talking about like MLS social media when they promoted the kit. That one, the colors popped a little bit more, but this looks very much faded. So I'm not gonna know until I actually see it on the field if this kit looks like it's been out in the sun or it's actually vibrant looking. So.
Okay. I have a different opinion on this one, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but I have a very different opinion on this one.
That's fine. This is the beauty of the 303 Downs, is we find out that some people like kits, but others don't.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I think a early episode where Edward hated this one kid. Like he was like, "This is the worst thing ever," and then I was like, "I like the kid." Actually, matter of fact, when you and me did the Premier League, you hated Newcastle United's alternate kit, and I loved it. So
I still stand by it, especially in the game they wore a couple weeks ago. God awful jersey. I still hate it. It still looks like a training top to me.
And my number one, the kit that I think is the worst, is Chicago Fire.
Ooh, which one?
It's their away kit.
Because both jerseys this year are new.
No. For Chicago?
Are they not?
No, remember they only do well, I mean, unless you're Inter Miami or the San
Oh, sorry,
Diego.
I was looking at Colorado. My bad. Colorado was the other one I was looking at. Just kidding. Yes, yeah, the light blue with the dark blue and the red trim.
The municipal kit is what they call it. Which, by the way, I'm just loving the names of these kits. But this is, I think, if you would have told me this is the training top, I would have believed you.
Yeah. That's the one thing I've noticed about a lot of these New Jersey kits. Like the kits themselves look like training tops. And then that's why I said like the problem I have with a lot of like the San Diego one is they're going to pair it with white shorts like you would a training top. They don't get creative through a whole kit. They just like, all right, cool. We're going to put some designs on the jersey. Call it swell.
Yeah. So this was a bizarre choice for me as far as the kits go. Yeah, just I don't like it. Many people maybe thought I would say FC Dallas, but at least it has some color. And at least it pops in some way. I still don't like it, but I mean, like,
yeah, of the rankings on this one, I definitely
as
agree.
far as of the training tops, if you will.
Yeah, it's definitely a training top. It's just not the worst of the training tops.
Yeah, exactly. But all right, you're 3 up.
All right, so 3 up, starting at the bottom, working my way up. I'm going to start with the DC United away kit. Okay. And go figure, that's the way I go with it. The biggest reason why is as a music fan, I love the DC pop funk era, and that's what this whole jersey is dedicated to. So the idea is that the pop funk, the funk soul history of DC, it's the browns, it's the techno, like purples, reds, blues, oranges are in there. That's why it's that weird kind of gray color, if you will, or slightly tan color. I love it. And when I go to DC in a couple weeks, I enjoy seeing those colors in DC. It's obviously not the political side of DC. Just the rest of DC is the fun part, the cityscape itself. So yeah, I really like it from that standpoint. I thought it captured what DC is outside of what everybody knows it for, which is political capital of the nation. But for that purpose, I like it. I do think that was really cool. So yeah, I thought it was just like creativity wise, I think it was the most creative one from this year for sure.
Okay. But I mean, you do see where I come from, though.
Oh, 100%. I see. Look, I have a hard time with browns and yellows as a fan of the San Francisco Giants in baseball. I hate the Padres color schemes that are brown and yellow. So I get why people don't like it. There's certain colors that work well, and I think what they did with the brown, adding the pinks and the reds in there, I think that's a good nod.
Like I said, if it just didn't look like it ran out of ink.
Yeah.
Once again, this could completely change if I see that it's actually vibrant looking, like not.
Yeah, and exactly when they wear it on the field, my mind can change as well. My mind might be like, that's god awful on film, and that's just how it's hard when you see pictures and only pictures and like, they're staged. They're staged to look good.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing though, because like that's why like I like as much as I don't want to look at the footy headlines picture of it. But when I saw the MLS version, I was like, this is an edited photo. Like, I don't know if this is going to pop. Like, it looked, because when I saw on MLS's social media, I was like, okay, this is vibrant looking. I like the colors. But then when I see it on footy headlines, it's like, it looks like it either looks like it's been out of the sun or it ran out of ink. Like, it's just kind of what the vibe I get from it. Once again, this picture could just not be a good picture, which is totally fair. So. But yeah, Kelcey, all right. What's your...
So moving to number 2 on the list, I'm making a last second pivot for my number 1 because I definitely forgot about a jersey and I see it and I'm adjusting my list on the fly. I'm going to go with Real Salt Lake's away kit. I do like this blue checkered pattern with the white and the gold and the red trim on the shoulders. I'm a big fan of that. Again, as I said, I grew up with the founding of Real Salt Lake and how boring basic those jerseys were. The one thing that stood tall was the navy, the red, and the gold. Those, I think, are 3 really good colors together on a kit. And I think this one encapsulates kind of an alternate look for them where it's not red focused, where it's blue focused with red accents. And honestly, one of the coolest things, and this is the nerd coming out in me, is if you actually look closely at the jerseys, each one of the squares has a hexagonal pattern that looks like a Pokeball. And that sold me. I was like, all right, you got me, guys. That was the moment. And also, like, we've talked about this before. When you when you color coordinate the badge with the rest of the kit, I'm sold. So they did that. And so I like that part of it all.
I will say I initially did not like this kit. And once again, it goes back to pictures don't always do justice. And when I first saw it, the thing that kind of was like, if I'm a sponsor, and where whatever the white part is on the name of the sponsor, it's hard to read it, and so that kind of pissed me off a little bit. So that's where I was just kind of like, this kid sucks. But you guys can thank Eli Lesser. Because Eli Lesser was, I guess, the prophet for this kid. He was spreading the good word of this kid. I guess Real Salt Lake sent him that kit, and when he posted the picture of that kit, of this RSL kit, and to see the details and to see that it is legible, I was quickly able to change my opinion. Which, once again, to quote Rocky, "If I can change and you can change, we can all change." Yeah. So it's a good kit. So it's a good kit. I do like it.
It's a little more yellow in person. I think that's the difference in it all. Also, they're pairing it with navy blue shorts. So again, I at least like that part of it.
Okay.
All right. So last on my list, and this one took away a spot from Seattle because I do like Seattle's jerseys, but it's because of I talked about creativity and having a creative kit and being unique with something. I have to give it to Columbus and their Goosebumps collab. I love the UV jersey. I love the idea of it. I love the lime green, the slime, it's going to look really cool in Columbus, especially if they come in after lighting these bad boys up with some light, some UV light, and then turn the lights off in that stadium and walk out with just the jerseys lit up in that UV light. Oh man, sign me up. I'm here for that. That's like this is a tone-setting kit, and I think that's what changes it for me.
I think with the partnership with R.L. Stine, which I found out R.L. Stine is from Columbus, Ohio. Yep. But with the Goosebumps branding, the fact that it glows in the dark, I said it on Goals TV, and I'll say it again. This kit's going to be a collector's item.
Yeah.
This is going to be, you're going to see the kit collectors from overseas in Europe trying to do what they can to get this kit, because I once again, I think it's going to be a collector's item. I think the fact that it has this exclusivity with Goosebumps, it is a 90s nostalgia.
Yes.
For everybody. This is, and once again, it glows in the dark. This is going to be a collector's item. This is something that I think if you buy it and you can keep it in prime condition, this is going to increase in value. This may sound so stupid as I say this, but it is something that happens with kits, especially like those very rare kits. Like we're talking about like the 84, Holland, 84 Holland
the
kit.
gold Arsenal jerseys from the Invincible year.
The gold Arsenal kit. The 1994 Mexico kits. Like though those kits are very old and you would think cost with $10, but because they're collector's items, those things increase in value. I believe there's a Japanese kit that the badge is a cartoon character. Yeah. And that one is like, we're talking about like almost worth thousands of dollars if you can find one in good condition.
Yeah, it was a special edition against China. They did an anime thing.
So yeah.
By the way, they're supposed to wear these in Cleveland, and I'm going to the game in Cleveland. So you better believe that I might come back. There might be a new jersey up on this wall behind me.
So yeah, with that being said, I'm not saying this kit's gonna be worth $1,000, but I'm saying with the connection to R.L. Stine and Goosebumps, this kit could potentially be a collector's item. And so if Kelcey ends up getting it, he could be sitting behind a kit that could one day be worth $500. Is what I'm saying.
wouldn't be the first time I've owned a sports item that turned into something worth money. I do still own the other card that I have. It's a Mickey Mantle card. It will never leave my possession.
Yeah, there you go. Which is funny because I do have a signed Corbin Carroll. I think it's like something of 90 card, and yeah, I have it in my possession, just in case something happens.
I'm really hoping though that I get my hands on that jersey because it's so sick. So that's my number one. Like I said, that kicked out Seattle out of my list. So yeah, DC United away, Real Salt Lake away, and then Columbus's Goosebumps collab.
Yeah,
are my top three.
Those are good ones. I'll give it to you. All right, my number 3. I'm going with New England. I think it's they're going to be terrible, but man, are they going to look good out there. I think this is an amazing kit. I love that it's called the Pine Tree Kit. This is the Gillette sponsorship just works with it.
Yeah,
it is solid. I love the color scheme. I love that they did the badge to match the kit. I think this is a really good kit. I think if you're a New England Revolution fan, at least you have that going on this season. so yeah, that's my number 3.
Yeah, I like that one. It reminds me honestly of a Gillette packaging. That's what it really does.
Yeah, it's perfect for Gillette. It's just perfect. It makes a lot of sense for them. But yeah, solid kit, man. I think something you could look forward to this year if you're a New England Revolution fan, because there's not much to look forward to.
Yeah.
My number 2 is the Seattle Sounders. I immediately loved this kit when I saw it. I think that this is really cool, paying homage to the indigenous side of Seattle, at least where the tribes that have come from there. I love this color scheme. I love everything about it. I love the color matching part of the kit with the badge. The badge is actually more legible on this kit than it is on their home kit, by the way. But I love it. The sponsor, it doesn't ruin the kit to me. I think it's very clean. It's very well done.
Yeah. They're the Salish people, the Coast Salish people is what they're honoring. And by the way, one of my favorite things that I talked about multiple times already in these jerseys, their shorts, that dark navy green blue color with the lighter color that's on the kits. So it looks clean, and their socks match as well. So yeah, totally clean kit design. Love it to death. Like I said, this one just got bounced out by the R.L. Stein collab.
And that's totally fair. And my number 1 kit is Charlotte FC. I love the details on the kit. I am a sucker for black kits. And the CTL or CLT, depending on how you view it. CLT FC. The fact that I love the change of the badge. I love that. It gives you a retro vibe, even though this team is nothing retro. There's nothing retro about this team. It also gives me Chelsea vibes, even though I might not like that part not that much, but it is a clean kit. I love, and also I love the Carolina blue on the collar. I think while this kit was already I would have, if it was even that silver color on the collar, I would have said this is a good kit. But that Carolina blue just puts it over for me to make this one of my favorite kits this year. It is class, and like I said, I like the design also on the kit. Many of you maybe thought I was going to say Houston Dynamo. As much as I do love this kit, and I think that this is a pure class kit, and it's homage to obviously the early years of the Dynamo, and I love that they brought back the sky blue. It's just not jumping over the top 3.
Yeah, no, I love the Charlotte pick, and this one is an outside sitting there looking in type of pick for me. Love the fact that they're the Crown City and they have the armor for the crown as the background, that silver etching on the black jersey. I think that's so sick. The change in the monogram to a more old English style lettering, I think was really cool. And then the fact they call it the Fortress kit and literally put a fortress on the neck tag, that was cool. And a shield on the jock tag. So many cool little pieces to that for talk about jersey nerds. it was such a unique design. I'm also a sucker for black jerseys, and especially black in that like bright blues, bright greens. Yes, 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I will say one thing about Carolina. You have that Carolina blue, and you're gonna use the hell out of that Carolina blue.
And that's the crazy thing is there's multiple colors of blue in those Carolinas. Like this is the Charlotte Carolina blue, which is that brighter, the same color as the Panthers. It's unique to that aspect. Fun fact: Nike and Adidas didn't have it in their hex code until 3 years ago. So yeah, they can actually use the correct color now compared to what it was on like websites were always different colors than what the jerseys were. So now they can actually use the correct color code.
But yeah, so those are our 3 up, 3 downs. Like I said, man, everyone has their own flavor. Everyone has their own tastes. Kelcey literally likes the DC United kid. I don't like it. That's perfectly fine. And so, hey, man, you know what? Tell us what's your favorite kid. What's your worst kid from this year for MLS, man? I'm actually intrigued to hear that. So make sure you go ahead and do that as well.
I'm intrigued to see the answers.
Yeah. But Kelcey, obviously, always a pleasure. It was always great to have you on and talk MLS. This episode is strictly the MLS episode, minus the fact that we still have to do players of the week and games to watch. But I mean, aside from that, yes, it's very much the MLS episode. I'm excited for the season. I can't wait to see how this season transpires. I think the Western Conference is very much wide open, and anything can happen over there. Eastern Conference, speaking of Charlotte FC, I think that Charlotte could be a very good team this year. They were good last year, but with Zaha in the mix, it makes it even better because they finally have an attacking piece.
Yeah, I think this is going to be fun to see. I think excited to see what the season brings. I know it's going to be one to watch, and it's a prove-it season for so many different reasons, and that's what makes things great. Everybody talks about contract years for players. It may not be a contract year for anything specific with the MLS, but they're on contract with us MLS fans, American soccer fans, because this is a contract year for us. We might have a better product to watch next year. So something to keep in mind as we go forward. So yeah, I'm excited to see what the MLS can do this year.
All right, Kelcey. Obviously, last time we featured you on this episode, you talked about Belly Up. Well, Now you get to talk about your show, High Low Sports.
Yeah, so if you guys still haven't checked out High Low Sports, we give you everything sports related. That is, Big Four, really, NFL, NBA, MLB, and then I guess we call MMA the other fourth. We don't go into NHL. We don't go into much soccer. So this is really my one outlet to talk soccer, and I love it. But yeah, no, check us out, guys, every Wednesday live on our social media channels. And then Thursday morning, we are live on YouTube, sometimes Wednesday night, over on the Belly Up YouTube page. We are running our Courting Kelcey series right now as I'm looking for a new NFL team. And Hector so kindly gave me a pitch for the Houston Texans. If you guys are interested in sending in a pitch for your team, hit up the High Low Sports social media accounts on X at @high_low_sports, or on Instagram at High Low Sports, or Facebook at High Low Sports, and send us a short 90-second long video, and we'll get it featured on the show. Because obviously, a lot of teams, 32 teams. I'm getting tired of the Dallas Cowboys. I finally have put myself in the transfer window. I've requested my transfer. It's been granted. So now I just got to find a team. So that's where I'm at with that. Can't wait to see how that goes. So be sure to follow that on all of the High Low Sports social media channels at High Low Sports, or like I said, on X at high_low_sports.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun making my video. So
I enjoyed your video. It was fun.
Any chance I get to look at Hannah McNair, I think it's a good day for me. So
fair point.
Maybe you can experience that. So
I don't hate the jerseys. The jerseys were a big selling point for me, especially the plethora of jerseys you showed off.
Yeah, man. I do have the white Texans jersey. I didn't showcase it on this one, but on that video. But and I'm still waiting on the I'm still haven't decided who I'm getting for the red jersey, the battle red, and then obviously the H-Town blue one.
The H-Town blue is sick.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I get somebody special. Someone said, "Why don't I get CJ Stroud?" And I was like, "I already have a CJ Stroud jersey. I don't need to have two." So
yeah. Could have two CJ Stroud jerseys if he's that great.
I mean, I like to share the wealth, when it comes, and also like as much as I do love having my Will Anderson and my CJ Stroud jersey, I just like I tried to get like odd, peculiar players sometimes. Like I do have a Kyrie Fairbairn jersey as well.
Yes. Wear all the Kyrie Fairbairn jerseys in the world. Those are great.
Actually, I think that's what I'm hoping for. I might get that H-Town blue Kyrie Fairbairn because I have Kyrie Fairbairn with the number 7. I don't have the number 15 Kyrie Fairbairn jersey, so
it's worth it.
Worth it. Totally
so worth it.
I actually wish we still had the punter that we used to have, Johnston, because he looks like Bill Burr. Which I mean, I'm not hating on the punter that we have right now, Townsend.
Tommy Townsend, the Scottish Hammer.
Yeah, man, I love him. He when to see him get hyped on that Christmas game, which was the highlight of that game for the Texans, because everything else was awful. That or just watching Cowboy Carter. I think that was the other highlight of that game. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, man, make sure you guys check out High Low Sports, especially if you are a fan of the other American sports here, where we feel like we're Big Brother in.
Yeah, look, man, it's an American persona. It's how Americans perceive it. It's not how they actually think. It's not the reality of the situation. It's how they perceive it all.
Just be glad I don't have my back-to-back World War Champ shirt anymore. I don't know.
I thought, honestly, after seeing that clip so many times, I've honestly thought about buying one and just putting it up behind me for the next time we do that.
Back-to-back World War. Yeah.
I'm preparing. I'm preparing for the World Cup coming up next year. I gotta get as much trash talking stuff as I can.
Yeah, man. I mean, do what you need to do, but yeah, always a pleasure, Kelcey. We'll go ahead and segue right into wrapping this show up in a pretty little bow. And if you stay tuned throughout this, I love you. By the way, so
me too. I love you guys too.
All right, guys. Once again, I want to give a big thank you to Kelcey Coyne for coming on, and thank you to Moussa for coming on as well to talk MLS. I also want to thank you guys for listening. This is a pretty lengthy episode. I know that, but hey, sometimes there's just so much that needs to be discussed in this about this league, and we tried our best to. I know I try as hard as I can to make sure these episodes stay within a certain time frame, but when the conversation becomes a conversation, it's just you get it. But anyways, shout out to Belly Up Sports, man. Check out their website, bellyupsports.com. Lots of great articles that are being written over there. Lots of great content that are being created by the podcast network itself, man. Go ahead and check out guys like Corner Booth Pod, High Low Sports with Kelcey Coyne and DJ. Some of the original programs, they just dropped their NASCAR Super Show to preview the NASCAR season. Baseball's right around the corner, so be on the lookout of what's going on over there at Belly Up Sports. Your premier, not your average website. Also follow them on Instagram and the X at Belly Up Sports. Belly Up Sports. And shout out to Goals TV. Like I said, that's one of the other ways you can watch the video versions of this podcast. And Goals TV is a great streaming platform for all things soccer content here in the U.S. and also some outside of the U.S. So follow them on Instagram at golz.tv, goals.tv, and on the X at golz_TV, goals_TV. So you can be on the lookout. And also check out Goals TV, golz.tv. Just go ahead and search. It is free to subscribe right now. So go ahead and take full advantage of that. Also, a shout out to Roosevelt Spencer, who makes the beats, the intros, the outros for this podcast. Used to have to do our singing bits. I'm sure he's relieved that he doesn't have to do that anymore. We love Spencer so much. We made him the namesake of our Player of the Year award, and we hope to continue that tradition going forward. And yeah, but if you guys love the beats that we have on this podcast, well, hit him up on Instagram at thatguydope. Once again, at thatguydope. If you guys need some beat work done, he will take great care of you like he always does with us. We highly recommend it. But that is episode, I think it's 206. I honestly have lost track at this point. But thank you so much for listening. Catch us next week where we have more football to talk about. Take care, guys.